Actually, let me log in first.
Don't forget to log in the board docs into the special meeting.
That's what I did. And I called myself trying to have the king. What is that? To me, if they have cat, I'm going to be sorry. I'm going to leave this door.
All right.
Right. Okay.
You all right?
I'm good. To make sure we had everybody's attention tonight. How are you all doing? I now call this meeting to order December 7, 2023 on this Thursday for a special meeting. As I open this meeting tonight, I will be conducting the invocation, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by School Board Member Ms. Shoshone Stewart. I ask if everybody could please rise. Please bow your heads. Father God, this day be your day. I ask that you find it in everyone's heart on this board to do what is right. Do what is right by every single student across this community. Do what is right by every single employee that works inside of this amazing school system. Do what is right so that we can continue moving in the right direction. For it is all in your hand. For it is all by your work. I ask that you continue to order our steps, order our vision, and order our direction as we continue to move this school system forward. In Jesus' name that I pray, amen.
Amen. Please go on with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Secretary, please, that next item will be called to order and roll call. Madam Secretary.
District 2, President Lannis.
Here.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Here.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first item of business tonight is going to be superintendent evaluation, which is item B1. This is discussion regarding the results of the superintendent's performance evaluation 2023. There's a possibility that will be an executive session under the provision of Louisiana Revised Statute 4217A1 to discuss the professional performance of the superintendent per his annual evaluation. Can I please get a motion? Moved by School Board Member.
I move that we go into executive session.
Yes, sir. Okay.
No, that was what I was.
Oh, you said go into the executive session before we take up the item? Did you say?
No, he's making a motion to go into executive
Oh, I'm sorry.
session
Thank you.
to conduct evaluation.
That motion has been moved by School Board Member Mark Ballou, seconded by School Board Member Nathan Russ. Okay. This time now, the item is that we go into executive session. Is this time now I come to our board for comment? Give a few seconds in case anyone wants in the queue. Seeing no names at this time, we will now go to our general public. Again, this is only to enter into executive session by our board to discuss the results of the evaluation. Okay. Seeing no cue cards for this item. For this one? Give me 1 second, Ms. Matthews. I did see 2 cards for you, though, so give me 1 second. That's okay, Ms. Matthews. You can make your way to the mic. You have the floor.
Okay. I first want to say happy birthday on Monday to you. Happy birthday to me tomorrow. It's nice. I did say last month that, it was a very odd meeting because I agreed with everything, and I'm sure the board would give me something to fuss about this month. And look at y'all. Happy birthday to me. I think that, now while I disagree with a lot of people because a lot of people really fussed about the job search in Florida, and I did not.
I'm sorry, Ms. Matthews, I apologize. We can only speak towards the executive session.
No, it is because everything, he shared his evaluations with Florida. Openly, freely.
Okay, I see what you're getting to. All right, I'm sorry.
Okay. And I don't have a problem with your job search in Florida. You and I have had a conversation about that as New Yorkers. But I feel like sharing the evaluations for that, it should be shared with those here, especially in line with what you are asking for after. And so I would ask that the evaluation be made public, especially since we know your evaluations have never been bad. And so I think that they should be made public to the public.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews, and I apologize again. Next up, we have Dr. James Finney.
Thank you. Among the clauses in the superintendent's current contract is a stipulation that he meet with the board to determine the evaluation criteria. So I think this executive session is premature until there is an actual meeting of the board where you, within view of the public and with the public's opportunity to comment, decide exactly how the superintendent is going to be evaluated. Almost 3 years into his tenure here, that hasn't happened yet, and that's unacceptable. Yet you're prepared to give him an evaluation. We don't know what the metrics are. We're apparently never supposed to actually find out what you think of his performance. Whereas, lots of people know what teachers' performance evaluations end up looking like. And his job is a lot more conspicuous, has more impact than a single teacher, for good or bad. But as you consider these next several votes, I challenge you to think of one important question. Do you value and respect the children, the parents, and the neighbors in this community? And are you willing to settle for barely competent, not quite bad enough to fire, maybe, performance? Or do our children deserve the best superintendent you can possibly get? And it's my position that because Dr. Narcisse did not get supervised well from the day he came, this relationship cannot be repaired.
Mr. Feeney.
Someday.
I'm sorry. I caution, because I said this before, we're only speaking towards the evaluation, nothing about performance. That goes also for our board. So we cannot speak on anything dealing with performance, sir.
I believe what you meant to say is that you're only speaking about whether you're going into executive session or not.
Sir.
Because evaluation should be evaluating his performance. So I'll assume you misspoke, and I will continue. If you are about to go into executive session, as I believe you will, I would like to put some thoughts in your head. I believe the children and this community deserve an excellent superintendent, and I believe that Dr. Narcisse has been given so much authority and allowed so much room for poor performance in almost 3 years that there is no way to turn that around, and I think you need to acknowledge that, and that should be reflected in your evaluation. He may someday be a rock star superintendent, but it's not going to be here. because you've had a year to fix the relationship that was messed up from the last
Dr.
school board,
Feeney,
and you have not done that.
This is the second time I've asked you to please stay on script. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, and I know you have a lot to say on this issue. I promise I'm not trying to stop you in April. I'm going to give him his time back because I am stopping him. I'm asking you to please speak towards the executive session so that we're getting ready to go into regarding his evaluations. This is not about performance. We're not having a discussion. I'm asking you to please stay on script. That's number 2. Okay, you can continue.
Thank you. As you go into executive session, consider what is truly best for the community. And thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Lannis, for the latitude.
Thank you, no problem. Seeing no other queue cards at this time, I see we have our attorney, Gwen Shamlin, in the queue.
Yeah, just for clarification for the board and the audience can speak on the superintendent's performance. It's the board members that have to be careful, and that should be done in executive session. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Dr. Feeney, you have my apologies. All right, at this time now, seeing no other cards, seeing no other names inside of the queue. I'm sorry. Did you? Oh, I'm sorry, you did. I'm sorry, we have one more card, Ms. Jacqueline, Germany.
Good afternoon to the board members, fellow citizens of the city of Baton Rouge. My name is Jacqueline Germany, and I'm here in support of Dr. Narcisse and his evaluation for this to remain the superintendent of the city of the school board of the city of Baton Rouge. I have had a chance and an opportunity to work with him in various capacities, especially at Capital Senior High School. And he has been very, very supportive of our agenda and what we have wanted done at our school. I am a 1967 graduate of Capital High School, so I know what I'm talking about. My son, at one time, was the football coach at Capital High School. We are 5 generations of graduates of Capital Senior High School. So yes, I'm very, very proud that he supported us, and I think that he supports all the schools of the city of Baton Rouge. And I want to stand before you tonight and speak my mind and say what I needed to say, and say it very eloquently and effectively so that you can understand where I'm coming from and what I mean by what I say. Because anybody who knows me knows that I say what I mean and I mean what I say. And I stand behind everything that I'm saying tonight. Thank you very much, and you all have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. All right. I'll come back to our board again. Does anybody want to hop in the queue to discuss? Seeing no names at this time now, Madam Secretary, please call for a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. At this time now, we'll enter into executive session. As soon as we wrap up, we'll come right back out and go into our next votable item. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, as soon as the superintendent as well as school board member Cliff Lewis enters back into the room, we will reconvene our meeting. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I'm going to tell a joke. Kidding. Just want to cut some of the tension in the room. Okay? I now call this meeting back to order. Moving right along with our agenda on our special meeting, or for our special meeting rather. The next item we'll be discussing will be item B2, Superintendent Contract Renewal. This is a discussion or consideration of a request for the renewal of the superintendent's employment contract. There's a possibility there will be an executive session under the provisions of the Louisiana Revised Statute 4217. Can I get a motion? I'm sorry. Moved by Ms. Shoshone Stewart, School Board Member Stewart, seconded by School Board Member Michael Gode. Okay, this time now, see if there's any names in the queue. You in the queue now, Coach?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Coach.
I was kind of heavy on that.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Button. At this time, I'd like to make the motion to not renew.
Right, there would be a sub.
Well, I'm sorry, a substitute motion to not renew.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion on the floor. We have a substitute motion on the floor this time now presented by Coach Lewis to not renew not renew the superintendent's contract. We have a second by and second by Vice President Powell Lewis. Okay? Right. At this time now, we come back to our board for public comment. For board comment. Ms. Vice President Powell Lewis, you're in the queue.
So I think he had comments.
No, you made the motion. He was there for the motion.
I made the motion.
All right. Okay, good evening, everyone.
Mike.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I would just like to share
I have had the most interesting 2 weeks ever, and even further back than that. And I just want to say that as I made this decision, it's come with, number one, a lot of prayer, and it's come with a whole lot of conversations, a whole lot of District 3 conversations, a whole lot of conversations even beyond District 3. In the midst of all of that, I've been accused of being one who sides with white people and not with black leaders. I've been told that, pretty much that if I want to run for anything ever again, that I need to be in favor of the superintendent, that I would end up being like former board members who are no longer serving, that I don't understand my role as vice president, when clearly the role is to assist with governing and structure, that I'm not in support of all kids when I have given my life to the work of education. When I'm out of town, I'm working with education. When I'm in town, I do that as well. So with this decision, I've thought about everything that has transpired. I've been told, you don't understand the context. You don't understand the background. You don't understand the growth. I don't know how I would not understand it when I have been teaching in this district since 2004. I've watched the changes in this district since 2004. I think that it is important, yes, that we have consistency, but that we also need a level of structure. What I have seen in this role since January of 2023 has been a level of disorganization. And I've also seen that we have teachers who are no longer happy in their roles. I have worked in different districts, including this one, and teachers, just for the small things of receiving commendations, of receiving extra opportunities, will jump through hoops for kids. And the morale is down. It's lower than what I've ever seen in this district, and I have lived here all 44 of my years. I think that it's important, and I will say it even now. My name is Carla Christoph Powell Lewis. And if I don't serve another term, that's God's will. If I don't get to teach any longer in Baton Rouge or in the Baton Rouge area, that's God's will. But at the same time, I've been put in this place for a reason. And like I said, I've talked to numerous teachers, numerous educators, numerous parents. And then I've talked to our black leaders in this area. And the story is different. The story of the parents who have kids in the district, they're having a hard time right now. The story that's being told by teachers is different from this copied email that I've received 2,000 of today. Yes, there's been a copied email to tell us to support. We can't even make up our own thoughts. I believe that it's time that we realize that we have talent in our city and we have talent in our state that has not been tapped. And this is the reason why I am choosing to make this particular vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Paul Lewis. Next we have School Board Member Patrick Martin in the queue.
Thank you, President Lannis. I'll be brief. I agree with every word that my colleague, Vice President Powell Lewis, said. I have not experienced that, fortunately, but I hear what she's been through. For me, it's really ultimately about the academic performance of our poorest students. We have spent since COVID over $200 million. And what we've gotten is a return to exactly where we were in 2019. And when you dig into the details, our children still are not learning to read. Too many of them. If you come from a family with some background, with some privileges, your kid's going to be okay. If you're a kid who comes from a background that doesn't have that, we're failing them. We are. We're trying. People mean well. I don't question anybody's motives. We mean well. We're all trying to do that, but we haven't been successful at that. I think Coach has done the math. I think the number you've been using is 1,089 third graders who are reading at least 2 grade levels behind. That child is being set up for failure in life. And while there have been some positive directions positive movement under Superintendent Narcise's leadership, the expansion of early childhood education, the message that we've sent with dual enrollment that all of our children can succeed and can do college level work, I think those are important messages. And I do commend the superintendent for offering us that vision. But when we can't get kids to school on time, I got a message from a parent just 10 minutes ago who's missing her kid's recital at her school because the bus didn't make it, right? I've heard so many reports of field trips canceled because the bus just didn't show up. That's not the fault of our hardworking bus drivers and management and supervisors in the transportation department. That's ultimately the fault of district management. I have heard from so many teachers that, as the vice president said, do not feel valued, do not feel heard. When we had that very long meeting in the other building that lasted until midnight, it was clear that there were a lot of voices who felt not heard for a long time, and that came out. You know, the money's the money, and we're going to continue to have difficult discussions about pay raises. The money's not there to pay teachers what they deserve, right? You deserve about 3 or 4 times what you pay. The money's not there for that. We can find more money, but it's not there for that. But what we can do, what I know we can do, is improve the working conditions of our teachers and all of our employees. We can treat them with more respect. We can believe them, right, when they say, here's a problem child that is disrupting my class continuously. We can reduce unnecessary paperwork requirements. We can have much more focused professional development to get the skills and the update that you need without layering in many things that you don't. And I just don't believe that the district is currently striking the right balance or even thinking of moving in that direction. And so for those reasons, I support the substitute motion to not renew the superintendent's contract. Thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Martin. All right. Seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time, we will now go to our general public for public comment. And I will ask one before we get started, please be respectful and speak towards the item. I think that everybody has a lot of emotion inside of this room. There's a lot of things that need to be said. I just ask that everybody please be respectful. I'm going to call several names. As you all make your way to the mic, please say your name. And anybody who's waiting, you could just wait in the line right behind the podium. First up, we have Sandia Funches.
Point of order.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't get to that part yet. But we will be limiting discussion because we have a lot of cue cards to get through tonight. So we're going to limit it to 2 minutes per speaker. I'm sorry, before you go, Ms. Funches, next we have after her, Latifta Miles. I'm sorry, Latafta, I'm so sorry. Riley Collifor. Kilfor, I'm sorry. Okay, you may begin, ma'am. You have the floor.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sandia Funches, and I'm very much opposed to the superintendent's proposed new contract. But just listening to the three school board members talk, you do see our pain. Some of you do see our pain, and you know that as teachers, we have our boots on the ground every day. We work extremely hard. We pay for things out of our own pockets every day. I'm buying a sweatshirt, and other teachers can attest to other things that they're doing for their students, okay? On our little salaries, on our salaries. And it's like, we feel like nobody's hearing us when we say that it's unfair for you all to find money for him to get a raise like that, but you can't find money to sustain our raises. It's just unfair because we have our boots on the ground. We're doing the hard work. If test scores go up, it's because of us, because we're doing the work. It's not because of a program or a dream box or anything else, although I love IXL, let me just say that, because I'm a math person. But I can't find how Dreambox is improving my scores. So we are doing the work, okay? We are. And I think we, if anybody deserve a raise, it's bus drivers, cafeteria workers, paraprofessionals, teachers, everybody that's doing the work, okay? So when you are considering what a fantastic job y'all think he is doing, open your eyes, read the room. We're suffering, and we're leaving EBR. I came here from Ascension, okay? Because someone asked me to come, and I came. But I'm not happy. And my test scores are always good, and I'm not happy. And I do not want to leave because I want to retire here. But I need y'all to put us first. Put us first, okay? And just consider how we feel and what a slap in the face it is for you to give him or consider him a raise and not us, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
LaTafta Miles. Be brief, but I'm gonna be blunt. $130,000, $285,000, $400,000. What are these salaries? The first one is the salary of Governor John Bell Edwards. He runs the entire state. The second salary is the salary of Cade Bromley. He runs the Louisiana State Department of Education. The third salary is the salary of the United States President, Joe Biden. Why did I mention that? The East Baton Rouge Parish School System is not a corporation. We don't have $1.7 million to pay a CEO. The East Baton Rouge Parish School System is not a small country where we can pay a dictator $1.7 million. In the words of Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately? And when I say me, I say the East Baton Rouge Parish School System employees. In the 3 years, Dr. Narcisse, in the 3 years that you have held the reins, what have you done that would warrant, that would merit such an asinine salary? The supreme chutzpah, that's colossal arrogance. To think that you deserve almost $2 million. Do you realize that there are many employees in this system that have 2 jobs? Why do they have 2 jobs? Because they have children who have to eat. They have bills that they have to pay. We don't get a housing allowance. God knows I need one because I just bought a house. I have a daughter, my only child, cancer.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you finish.
Can somebody help me? I said all of that to say this, and I'm getting ready to walk away, President Lannis.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm getting ready to walk away. We need to give him a stipend, let him take it on the orchards, and go Christmas shopping for a new superintendent. All we want for Christmas is a new superintendent. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Riley Guilford, and I am a student at Sherwood Middle Academic Magnet School. The President of the United States makes $400,000 a year. In Louisiana, bus drivers make $21,000 to $50,000 a year. Dr. Narcisse makes $255,000 annually. This contract says that if he stays, he would gain 4% more of his current salary a year. By the end of this contract, he would be making $384,000 annually. He would be making a salary only $16,000 less than the leader of our country. As a student, I ride the bus most mornings and afternoons. Many fellow students do as well. Our school days have been extended to make up time that was taken away because of the bus driver strike. During this strike, nearly all of the bus drivers throughout the district called in sick because of underpayment. While they were in strike, many students, including myself, didn't have a way to get to and from school. This is why school was canceled and the times were extended. The whole crisis went on because we didn't have the money we needed to pay the drivers a fair amount. So where is the money to hire his paycheck coming from? And where is it when they needed it most? Both of these are questions to think about, considering that our educational needs couldn't be met because of money. We are supplied with all of the necessary tools we need to learn, but we can't learn if we don't have a way to receive these tools. The problem is currently fixed, but what happens when that bonus runs out? We clearly have the money to provide, but where does it go? Especially since no huge improvements have been made throughout the district lately. I understand there are staff that receive monthly payments, and each school receives a certain amount of money for each school year. So if we had the money before, why don't we have it now? And if we have money for transportation and educational needs, then why should we put it towards things that will only help one person? As a 13-year-old middle schooler, I have found many reasons why this wouldn't help students and as a whole district. So, who else is it benefiting other than Dr. Narcisse himself? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Abigail Wider, followed by Jack Harrell, followed by Elmo Morgan. You have the floor, I'm sorry.
My name is Abigail Wider. I'm a student at Sherwood Middle Academic Magnet School. I would like to start off by asking how you couldn't find the money to pay your teachers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and custodial staff, but you could find the money to give yourself a raise and increase it every year. Correct me if I'm wrong, but your salary would start at $310,000, and at the end of your 4-year contract, you'll have a total of $1,774,639.72. Your faculty and staff have been asking you for years for livable wages. They have come to you with problems, and you have given them excuses. Why would they continue to work for you when you have shown them time and time again that these individuals and students are not your top priority? It started over the summer when instead of making sure the buses were maintained, you were in Florida. Then instead of raising the salaries of your faculty and staff, you gave them a bonus. Now instead of raising their salaries like they've asked, you've raised your salary. They've been asking for a raise, not a bonus, not a stipend, a raise. When I started 8th grade, I knew I would have options for high school. I could stay in EBR or I could go to private school. I chose to stay in EBR and go to Baton Rouge High. You are making me question whether or not my choice was best for me. Most other students don't get that choice, and your job makes sure that every student gets your job is to make sure that every student gets a quality education. It would surprise me if educated people with degrees would want to continue to work for someone who shows no care or admiration for the people he needs most. Teachers, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and custodians feel undervalued and underappreciated. We are going to start losing lots of great faculty and staff who feel overwhelmed by all the stress you put on them. What kind of future is that for me? What kind of future is that for countless other students and teachers? What kind of future is that for any of us, really? You're putting EBR in jeopardy. Remember, you can't have a school district with no teachers and no students. Quality teachers will not want to work for a district where they do not feel appreciated. If you give yourself this raise, those quality teachers will leave, leaving students without teachers and the quality education they were promised. You are not making EBR a #1 choice for families and teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Harrell, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Jack Harrell, and I'm part of the Capitol High School Alumni Association, and I'm also part of Dr. Narcise's Focus Governance Board at Capitol High School. I tell you what, we at Capitol Board, we must be in a bubble, because everything that's going on, you know, all the talk that I'm hearing, nothing but positive things. You know, I have nothing but positive things to say about the programs that Dr. Narcise has created at Capitol High School. From 2008 to 2023, Capitol High was in educational academic hell because we were tied to a charter system. We were taken over by the state. When Dr. Narcise came in and brought Capitol High back into the system, with what has happened at Capitol in 1 year compared to the last 15 years is unbelievable. Our academic progress, the principle that we have, the strides that we're making is going up. So Ms. Powell, well, Ms. Lewis, I mean, I don't know what I know you're our council person, but well, not council, you're our school board representative, but you know, all I know is I hadn't talked to you personally. So obviously I'm in a bubble. I 100% support Dr. Narcise's contract, and I have no problem with it. Whatever the problem everybody else have, at Capitol High, we are striving. And I believe if he was allowed to implement his programs at other struggling, low-performing schools, like what's going on at Capitol, where the community, business people, and we're all working together, it would work. So, okay, 3 minutes. So that's all I got to say. I support you, Dr. Narcise.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan.
My name is Elmo Morgan, and I'm also a part of the Capitol High Alumni Association. Now, I understand the teachers. My wife taught for 33 years in this parish. She's been retired 22 years, and trust me, all y'all talking about, the issues you having now, she had then. So it's not nothing new. And about the bus system, I think Ascension didn't have buses for a few days. And it's not just that, it's all over they had problems with that. So I'm trying to understand how as a superintendent, you know, is the only person responsible for that. And I understand the leadership and all that, but you have other things working.
I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan, I'm gonna stop you. I'm just gonna stop real briefly, please. Anyone in the room that's talking, we actually have a conversation with someone to step out. It's hard to for the board to hear because we're up here. It's hard for us to make out what he's saying. Thank you. You may continue.
Okay, I along with Jack, and I agree with what Jack was saying. Dr. Narcise came to the alumni over a year and a half ago, and he made this proposal. Now, we had a school that at one time was one of the top in the city and went down, just been in a maze for all those years. He came in, made a PowerPoint presentation. He and the guy from, Birmingham General. And his plan was, he gave the PowerPoint, all the milestones, he made every one of them. Never had a problem. He had a battle trying to get this thing done, to get the medical program in. So I'm in full support of Dr. Narcise getting this contract. Now, if y'all got issues about your pay and all these other issues, I think that's not just his problem, that's the whole school board problem. And you all need to look at, if the school bus driver's not getting a raise or whoever, I don't think it all falls on him. I think this whole board is a problem. So you all need to address that and stop saying all this negative stuff about him. So I'm in full support of the contract.
Thank you. All right. Next we have Ms. Storm Matthews, followed by Ms. Ursula Parkinson, followed by Ms. Mary Juneau.
Due to reckless spending, we cannot buy buses. We cannot pay bus drivers $30,000. We cannot give the employees the 8% raise that was brought up by Superintendent Narcise and promised at every single meeting for over a year. Board Member Stewart didn't want to pay $90 for a pair of tennis shoes and warm-up uniform for students at our high schools that don't have sponsorships because we needed to spend the money in a better way. But someone had the audacity to ask for a 20% raise. Upwards of $2 million when you add all of the benefits, housing, cars, electronics. And that doesn't even include the travel, which Drake's contract did. While we making comparisons, the retaliation that happens in this district is outlandish. People being put out. People being moved from a school that is around the corner from their house clear to 30 minutes away simply because they come to this podium to speak. And don't sit here and say that it doesn't happen and there's not a culture of fear in this district, because there absolutely is, and it started about 3 years ago. And the fact that somebody would dare to retaliate against me, as big as my mouth is and as good as my legal action is, says that they got a whole lot of balls. And every single week for an entire month, somebody in this administration was bold enough to do just that. So, baby, it's time to go. The universalism does not work in education. But what can one expect when you don't have a career educator at the helm?
Thank you. Ms. Parkinson, you have the floor.
My name is Ursula Parkinson. I'm a mother of a 12-year-old who attends Glasgow Middle. I'm also a 21-year veteran teacher, and I teach 6th graders at Sherwood Middle. It won't be news to you to hear that there are a lot of angry people out here. I happen to be one of them. But what I know is that I've never successfully gotten a message across to students or anyone else by yelling and screaming. I'm not going to do that here. That's not my style. However, I will tell you what I know. I, along with every actual educator that I know, am painfully aware that Dr. Narcisse's heart is not here. His decisions seem to be based on bravado. These attempts to intimidate us while impressing some unknown party worked on me for a while. After multiple panic attacks, physically blacking out twice at the beginning of last school year, and suffering other mental health consequences, I decided that I was going to ignore these attempts to intimidate us and impress others and get back to what I love, teaching our children. As a rule follower, it's not easy for me to shut out the unrealistic expectations that are sent down to us from the district mandates. But what I realized is that Dr. Narcisse is not motivated by what is good and right for our children. Instead, he seems to be motivated by his own personal goals regarding increasing his status and personal wealth. You know who isn't motivated by status and wealth? Our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, our janitorial staff, our teachers. It's insulting to all of us for you all to even consider offering this kind of money to someone who has proven that he doesn't want to be here and his heart is not with our children. I urge you to show the dedicated people of this district who voted for you to represent us, not your own interest, who proudly support our children, who earned a tad less than $300,000 a year, that you hear our pleas and vote against renewing this contract. One final thought. Every year, if I am effective at my job, I get $500. If Dr. Narcisse gets this contract, he is getting tens of thousands of dollars more a year for having been ineffective at his job. I hope that's not the message you plan to send here tonight. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mary Juneau. I am a parent of 2 graduates of EBR and 1 student who's currently enrolled. I also have a background as a teacher, and I am an advocate. As I have written to all of you, with apologies to Ms. Powell and Ms. Chatelaine, whom I left off accidentally, I totally oppose this. I was really shocked and stunned when I got to the investment and annuity package. That's outrageous. We live in a district that is so poor that our children all receive free breakfast and lunch. We are in a time of inflation when prices for necessities have gone up. as so many other people have spoken, base salaries for essential staff like bus drivers, cafeteria workers, secretaries, and our beloved faculty and principals have not kept up with cost of living. You have to look at the whole financial picture, and this is an outrageous expense. It's outrageous. A year and a half ago, I wrote a petition to fire the superintendent because of the outcries of the faculty and staff. We've lost many to surrounding parishes because they're constantly disrespected, because they're micromanaged, and because many are saying they are personally attacked. And I tend to believe them because I've known a lot of these people for a decade or more. You need to please listen. And as you like to start our meetings with prayer and calling on God, He expects you to be a good steward. He expects you to be kind. He expects you to be an example as a leader. So I'm glad for Capitol High, but I'm not glad for the rest of the parish.
Thank you, Ms. Juneau. Next, we have Ms. Dana Winbush, followed by Ms. Paige Caldwell, followed by Gary Chambers.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dana Winbush. I am representing Ghetto Ways. If you don't know it, y'all need to follow it on Instagram, Facebook, as well as Step Up Louisiana. I'm the parent union organizer for them. But today I am speaking from a personal standpoint. My mother was an educator in the system of East Baton Rouge Parish School System. And at first, I'm gonna be honest with you, Dr. Narcisse, I didn't care for you too much. But I gave you a chance. I support the renewal of your contract. I support the renewal of your contract based on, I'm a graduate of Capital Senior High, class of 1993. I appreciate you investing back into our schools. And I hear a lot about the teachers not getting their salary, but this board declined to allow the tax breaks for Exxon. So they could have got money to make sure that these teachers and the support staff for East Baton Rouge Parish School System was seen through. Now, we talk about the $55,000 that's increased for Cito Narcisse, but a board prior to him voted for $50,000 for 30 days for Warren Drake to stay home for a transition period to acclimate the new superintendent. So these $50,000 that was paid for him for 30 days, you're declining to raise his at $55,000 over a period of time. I just want to know, make it make sense.
Thank you. Ms. Caldwell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. My name is Paige Caldwell. I am a former East Baton Rouge Parish employee. I now teach in Ascension Parish. I am one of the teachers that they talked about who left because of underpayment, undervalue, mistreatment, and retaliation. I was retaliated against for speaking at this board. For those of you who are still considering renewing this contract, I just want to ask you to please think about these questions before you vote yes. Is this the best thing we can do for our kids in this district? If you have any doubts about that question whatsoever, I beg you to vote against the renewal. You are losing teachers. I left. This is my home. I grew up here. I'm a graduate of Baton Rouge High. I came home to teach here, and I left because of the mistreatment under this administration. You are losing your students. Your enrollment is down. Your dropout rate is higher. So while I'm glad for Capitol High, the rest of your district is failing. This is very serious, guys. You cannot run a school district if all your teachers are leaving. I spoke to 5 different teachers this week after the contract dropped, begging me to get them a job in Ascension. You will lose your teachers if you do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. Mr. Chambers, you have the floor.
I'm invested in this community. My daughter is a school student in this schools. My mother taught in this school district for 30+ years. My father was a janitor, Clean Banks Elementary School. So when I stand up here, I don't stand up here because I have any interest other than my child and my family. And what I will tell you is the people who look like you, brother, talk a good talk, but they vote show that they're not really for those things. If you don't vote to support the teacher pay raises, to get up here and blame his pay raise is bad. That's cheap. Miss Powell Lewis, I sent you those text messages. I own them publicly because anything I say, I can say twice. That if you can't support a black man for a contract renewal, that I can't support you. Because talking about paying him more money while you want more money is problematic. If you want somebody to pay you, we are setting a standard about pay in this community for black people. That if you don't give him higher salaries, how you gonna get yours? It's not gonna happen. If we're gonna tell the truth, Brother Cliff, I talked to you today too, and you're a free man, you're an independent man. I respect that. But we have to recognize when we are working against our better interests. The scores went up, that's data. In God we trust, everybody else bring data. In God we trust, everybody else bring data. The scores went up. We pay him to fix education, not to do buses. We hired them to do the buses, y'all. We hired them to fix the budget. We hired the board to do those things, and we will have 5 superintendents in 5 years because of board incompetence. You guys want the leadership positions? Lead. And leadership means that we need continuity in this community. Not another superintendent, because the truth is, Warren Drake did everything to scratch everybody's back. That's how he got his damn contract renewed. And now you got somebody who tells you no. Let's be honest. If we wanted to improve y'all salaries, he recommended 5 charters closed this year. They kept them open. You need the money, right? Get the kids out the charters back in this school system and you got the money. He recommended that we close the schools, y'all kept them open. But he the problem. The board is the problem. The board won't give you the raise. The board won't find the money. The board keeps approving the tax exemptions. But we blame every person we put here. Yes, sister. Dawn thought she was smarter. She ain't here no more. Tyra Wicker thought she was smarter. She'll never be elected in this parish again. Because anytime one person thinks that you are superior because you got there, remember how you got there riding on my float.
Thank you. All right, next we have No, wait. Everyone, please, let's make one thing clear. Excuse me. 1 second. This is one warning. There will not be another warning. Disrespect inside of this room will not be tolerated, and it's not even be discussed. Disrespect in this room will not be tolerated. This is a place of business on behalf of this community. So if anybody got a problem with that, I will ask you to please step outside of the room. Thank you. I'm sorry about that, everyone. Next we have Ms. Christine Griffith, followed by Rachel Richardson, followed by Robin Clark.
Hi, my name is Christine Griffith-Crafassi. I'm a 15-year invested teacher and parent. I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. I've lived in Baton Rouge for over 20 years, graduated from East Baton Rouge System. I'm an invested person. I care about the kids, I care about the community. While I appreciate the massive undertaking that leading a school district of this size, I do not support as significant a pay raise as what this is. I don't understand how there is a budget for that. And so we're repeatedly told there's no money in the budget for teacher raises. And I'm not even talking about like a significant, okay? Bus driver raises. What I've been told this year is that paying in a small amount into TRSL is the reason why retired teachers cannot be long-term substitutes. My 6-year-old I teach next to has had a long-term substitute learning to read. My kid's gonna be okay. The other kids are struggling, or could. This has directly affected me, that they can't have long-term subs because the money stuff, and that's an education thing, and it's other schools too. It's not just my school. It's any kid who doesn't have a teacher and can't have a long-term sub as a retired teacher, and I know personally retired teachers ready to step in and willing, and it's money. When teachers were promised a raise, it was turned into a stipend. A stipend, while I'm grateful, is not a permanent raise. How can a raise for our leader be justified? Of this size be justified? We cannot afford to lose any more teachers. I'm watching the effect of it when I'm one helping train new teachers coming in. Highly effective education specialist. Have taught at multiple schools in EBR, left to be at a charter school and came back. Please very seriously analyze the numbers and direct effect this proposed renewal will have on the employees and children of the school system.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, you have the floor.
Hi, Rachel Hooks Richardson. I'm a proud educator in EBR. I actually have to leave soon. I have to go to my second job. For those of you who don't know, a second job is what people have to have when their first job does not pay them enough. So I guess I'm a little confused. So when teachers get their performance scores back, they get what was like $500 stipend, I believe. And of course, it's taxed. You know, they love to tax our stipends. And so I know some board members have this long list of accomplishments and great things that Dr. Narcisse has done in this district. I guess they are making some sad attempt to justify a raise of $55,000, which would bring his salary to over $400,000. I'm sorry if that is slightly incorrect. And it is absolutely sickening. That is such a ridiculous amount of money. So if he gets a raise and teachers only ever get a stipend, okay? But I guess being a superintendent is a much more difficult job than being a teacher. I'm not sure if y'all ever looked at the teacher salary schedule, but a teacher who has a bachelor's degree will not make $55,000 until they have been teaching for over 30 years. The majority of teachers in this district are living paycheck to paycheck. And I know that y'all love to say, oh, well, you're doing this for the children, and that is possibly the most insulting, toxic, and manipulative thing you could say to a teacher. And if you're going to say that to us, then why aren't you saying it to him? Why isn't he expected to just be doing these things for the children? I guess it's because he has a bunch of power, so he gets the respect. I am so proud of our district and the gains we have made this year. Please do not renew his contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Ms. Clark, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. I've been listening to all that everyone has been saying. I'm a member of this community. I've been here every bit of my life except for about 1 year, when my mother worked on her master's degree so she could be a better teacher. I follow in her footsteps. I'm a teacher. I have a master's degree in business, but it's not about me. We're talking about the office of superintendent. It's not about you, Dr. Narcisse. It's a financial thing for me. You know, it's kind of like a profit and loss statement. We don't have the money to support all the things that we have going on in our school system right now. And to take the cream off the top is not equitable. So if you have children who don't have shoes, and you have children who have shoes, it's equitable to give the child who has no shoes. That would be those who don't have. The employees we have in our school system who cannot afford the employee package of medical, dental, vision, that type of thing. So not only do I support those who serve on every level, they're the gears, they're the tools, they are the people, they are the essential things that we need to run our system, all of the people. And not just the top, not just the head, not just the head. You don't want the feet to gain green while the head is kept warm. You want to take care of everybody, the whole system. You move the distributor cap, the whole thing collapses. So it's important to realize that we can't sustain an ongoing dump of money into a position of your caliber. I don't agree with the salary, not a penny more. If you keep him on, that's a board's decision, but not a penny more. Take the same employee package that we have. Get a ThinkPad issued technology, pay your own house note, pay your own car note. Some of those things that we do out of our own salary, which is less, but gas doesn't cost you any more than it costs me. I still pay for gas to go to work. So I'm just saying, make it equitable and do. And I'm not against a black man achieving. I got one in my house. Just saying. So it's not a personal attack. I just think it needs to be reasonable. If you're going to do it, be reasonable. Just keep it where it is. Just like that, a contingency, no increases, just a flat rate, and ride the wave out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Ashley Ballard, followed by Stephanie Broswell, followed by Stacy Hines.
Board members, thank you. My name is Ashley Ballard. I'm here as a parent of 3. Been part of this district for 12 years now. Over the years, I've formed some pretty strong bonds with our teachers. During the past 3 years, under Superintendent Narcise's leadership, we've seen our teachers leaving the district in droves. Some of our most knowledgeable, passionate, hardworking teachers have been made to feel like they have no choice to either leave the district or choose another profession altogether. These are a few of their stories. Ms. Adeline Owens-Dauphiné began her career in EBR as a student teacher at Sherwood Middle, transitioned to a full-time teacher in the same classroom for the next 5 years. During that time, she served as a 6th grade team lead, English department team lead, Junior Beta club sponsor, and received Louisiana's Junior Beta School of Distinction for our school. She not only earned Teacher of the Year for her school in just a few short years, but also was the recipient of Teacher of the Year for the middle school division of our district in 2021. In May of 22, Ms. Dauphiné was one of the many who received an infamous impact letter under Narcise's leadership, which was a contributing factor to her leaving. She adds, and I quote, "That's the tone of gratitude teachers received that year right after Teacher Appreciation Week." Ms. Jamie Rabelais has also served in our district for 20 years. First as a teacher at Brookstown and Bernard Terrace for 14 and gifted site coordinator for 5, and then was hired by the district as gifted curriculum resource coordinator for her final year in EBR. Ms. Rabelais earned the honors of both Gifted Teacher of the Year for the district as well as the School-Based Teacher of the Year. Over the summer, Ms. Rabelais left EBR for another district because, quote, "I could not trust our district to be as loyal to me as I have been to them for the past 20 years, and their lack of consideration for people working in the district, those who've devoted their entire career to the students and teachers of EBR being treated as just a number." That's the sentiment our teachers feel. These are their words, and our teachers are tired of being undervalued, demoralized, and outright disrespected. That's all my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Broswell, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Broswell. I'm a teacher in EBR, and I just want to say it doesn't make any sense to give a raise to one person when our schools are literally falling apart. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hines, you have the floor.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Narcise. My name is Stacy Hines, and I'm a teacher in the school district. I've been working here in EBR since August of 2005, so I've been here for a long time. I've enjoyed every minute of working in this district with my students, so I apologize, a little nervous. I can talk to a whole full room full of children with no problem, but so just grant me some grace, if you will. My biggest concern is the time in which this was released to the public and the amount of time that was given for the public to give feedback to the board members. How can a vote be held for a contract extension without getting feedback from the employees that will have to work in the district under the leadership of the superintendent, or an adequate amount of time for citizens in the community to provide that feedback. An alternative proposal that I have would be to delay the vote on the superintendent's contract renewal until a later date, so that time can be implemented to get that feedback to make an informed decision as a board. It's a very important decision for our district, and I just feel that we as teachers need to be able to have that voice as well. I teach my students that I can't speak up, and my voice is my vote. I have to be able to speak. I encourage them to do the same. I'm proud of the two that came up here to do so, but I just wish that we would have more time, and that's all I'm asking for is additional time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Kirk Green, followed by Ms. Chana Banks, followed by Mr. John K. Pierre. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, I'll put his card to the side. Mr. Banks, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. I am Chana Banks. I'm a career employee with East Baton Rouge Parish. I am a mother of a graduate of East Baton Rouge Parish. I'm the daughter of two retired teachers of the East Baton Rouge Parish school system. I'm also a constituent of Carla Powell. I recruited Carla to run for this seat because I know her as a passionate educator. Governance is something that I am familiar with, being a member of the Metro Council. So I do have an advantage of knowing what the responsibilities are for elected officials that serve in the capacity of school board members. And the number one thing is governance. And one of the things that I see, and is the fact that I don't know if any one of you held meetings individually in your district. I know Carla mentioned Paul Lewis, that she had met with many District 63 residents. I don't recall a meeting that you called for the community of District 63. You did? Okay. So again, with governance, each one of you all had a responsibility to hold a meeting with your constituents to get feedback as the last speaker spoke. None of you all, I believe, have had the time. You're less than a year. You're novice, is that the right word? In this position, and I'm not sure how many of you all have ever had an opportunity to serve in a capacity where you actually evaluated. One of the things that we know in leadership is that you should give someone 1 full year to get their bearings. This is your 1 full year. You inherited Dr. Narcisse. However, this is your opportunity to hire him. That's a whole different level of accountability.
Ms. Banks, I'm sorry. I'll let you wrap up your last thought, but that's going to be time. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's been buzzing a lot. I work with alternative education. So I work with long-term suspension, expulsion, children that have gone to the juvenile detention and returned to our school. This is the first time under this administration that I heard students in alternative education brag about having college credits. This is the first time that I knew that students in alternative program with opportunity now and with businesses in my community making $12 to $15 an hour. This is the first time in my time that there was a graduate that graduated out of the juvenile detention center. That's what we're talking about here. And I'm gonna wrap up. As I said, my parents were educators. When I graduated from high school in 1979, my mother said she would not pay for me to go to school in education because it didn't pay anything. I did not go in education. It took me 20 years to move back to be able to get where I belong, which was in the education. So a lot of the things you hear now, but I chose it. I chose to be a teacher.
Ms. Banks, you have to
I
wrap it up in
chose
10
to be a
seconds. I'm
guidance
sorry.
counselor. When you sign, what you say?
I'm sorry. You have to wrap it up in 10
Okay.
seconds.
Some of the things that you are talking about have nothing to do with the students. It's I. And I would hate to have teachers that are so I implemented that you're not worried about the children.
Thank you. Mr. Kurt Green, you have the floor.
Good evening. First off, I want to say this is not necessarily personal. I like Dr. Narcisse. I've talked to him many times. We've had cordial conversations. Found him approachable. The problem that I am hearing is simple. You told us you had no money for a raise. Teachers, paraprofessionals, bus drivers, every single person that works in this district, the board said, we don't have money for you. And to turn around a few months later and say, we now have money for a $55,000 raise plus a 4% raise every single year is a slap in the face to us. I understand there are gains in the district. Dr. Narcisse does get some of that credit. So do we, working there every single day in the front lines. All right? So this is not a renewal or against a renewal. This is saying to give him a raise after you flat out told us you can't give us one. You only can give us a stipend. And just pray that you give us a raise in the future. That's insulting to us. So I just want to make sure that you understand this is not saying whether we should hire him or not. I've had many good conversations with Dr. Narcisse. We do have gains. My problem specifically is the raises and everything that you can't seem to give to anybody else. That is insulting to us as teachers who are getting the gains. We are the ones in that classroom every day. And it's not an I thing. It's a paying the bills thing. It's a my family thing. And it's also realizing that if you insult the educators and they leave this community, your children are not getting the best education. If you bring in a bunch of new teachers or TFA people, they're not going to give you the same level of education we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Mr. John K. Pierre, you have the floor.
Good evening. I come to support the renewal of the contract for Dr. Narcisse. I have found him to be a visionary leader. He came here with really big ideas. He met with community folks. He set sort of this pathway for success. And we can see it from a different perspective because of the opportunities that are brought to students that weren't there before. And I just think that we want to have stability in leadership. We've had a lot of turnover with superintendents. I don't necessarily get into the politics of why folks do or don't want him. I do know that I've seen his vision. I see where he has great ideas. He's opened doors for students that weren't open before. And I think that as a community, we ought to think about those kinds of things and not get involved in the minutia of other things. So, again, it's very clear to me that he ought to be given an opportunity to continue what he set forth. Is he perfect? No, no one's perfect. Does he make mistakes? He probably does. But no matter what, you're going to be going through the same process all over again, looking for a new superintendent, and you're going to be back in the same spot, and you will not have the vision. That's the critical thing, the vision and leadership that is presented with Dr. Narcisse. And again, I thank you for this opportunity and time.
Thank you. Next we have Ms. Evelyn Birchman, followed by Nakithia Stevens, followed by Kiva Dumars. Okay, you said it's Evelyn? I'll put her card to the side. Thank you. Miss Nikithia Stevens? Nikithia Stevens, okay. Kiva Dunmars? Miss Kiva Dunmars? Okay, moving along. Miss Jeannie Taplin? Anybody outside? Okay, I'll keep moving along. Miss Bonnie Boncor? Baker?
She wished not to speak. I turned her card in for her.
Okay, I'm sorry. I see that. I'll put that right there. I'll do those at the very end. I'll make sure I read that. Okay. So you in here? Okay. Carlton Bryant. Followed by Dr. Jalecia Thompson. Followed by Miss Angela Reams Brown.
Hi. As a graduate of Woodlawn High School, class of 2023, son of an EBR educator, older brother to Woodlawn Middle students, and now a member of the Baton Rouge community, I read you this. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, today I stand before you with a heavy heart, compelled to address a matter of utmost importance that directly affects the future of our educational system. It is with deep concern that I bring to your attention the pressing issue of leadership provided by the school board superintendent of EBR, Mr. Cito Narcisse. While the educators poured their hearts into shaping the minds of the next generation, Mr. Narcisse has failed to reciprocate their dedication. The lack of genuine care of the well-being of our staff and teachers is evident in his actions, as he neglects the very backbone of our educational system. It is disheartening to witness a leader who fails to protect the needs of those who entrusted with molding the future of our children. Equally depressing is Mr. Narcisse's irresponsible stewardship of the resources and budget allocated for the betterment of our schools. Our parish consistently finds itself grappling with budget shortages, yet Mr. Narcisse seems to turn a blind eye to the financial struggles faced by our educational institutions. This negligence is a disservice to our students who deserve access to quality education, unhampered by financial constraints. Furthermore, the superintendent's elusive approach to address issues and his lack of transparent communication with the community raise serious concerns. Effective leadership demands openness and accountability, qualities that seem to be surely lacking in Mr. Narcisse's tenure. The community deserves a leader who is willing to tackle challenges head-on and engage in honest dialogue to find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Preference and prejudice instead of opportunities and outcomes is the theme of the story of EBR schools. I have never saw so many people at board meetings in my life, but I've also been told my entire life that as a Black person, you have to work twice as hard to have half of what white people have. That's the story here in EBR, and I know a lot of people don't like to talk on race. We don't want to discuss it, but that is actually what's going on here. Reading deficits and the literacy gap goes beyond Dr. Narcisse and beyond Baton Rouge. Yes, there's room for growth. Yes, transportation is an issue, but those are areas that we all have to work on. Many of the issues plaguing EBR, as Mr. Chambers said, are board issues. Some of them are state issues, and some of them are even national issues, such as our teacher shortage. But Dr. Narcisse has found ways to try and make things work. $22 million in bonuses for employees this year alone. Now, some of them have already been given, and we have another disbursement coming. However, there was a pay freeze under other superintendents, and there was never a teacher step up and pay as he promised, yet the board renewed his contract. And all those issues and all these people that are here today were not here. Why didn't we storm the State Department when they cut off teacher pay raises this year? Research and school turnaround also tells us that it takes 3 years, truly 5, to see the progression, and yet we continue to make decisions that are not based on research. We habitually make decisions that are bad for students. We need leadership sustainability. We've shown district growth. We've shown opportunities for students like those at Glen Oaks High School who would have never been given opportunities to earn their associate's degree. So when we stand before you and discuss these issues, I beg the Black teachers to stop allowing people to speak for you who will never cross the tracks and teach those children. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Reams-Brown, you have the floor.
Good evening. I'm Angela Reams-Brown. I'm the president of the East Baton Rouge Federation of Teachers. I'm a former educator for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. I taught here 33 and a half years. My mother was a secretary for this school system. So my roots are deep in the EBR school system. As I sat in my seat today, and as I've done many times before, I could hear in the voices of the board members who dare to speak that they've already made up their minds. It doesn't matter if 1 million people walk in here and tell you, please renew his contract, you've already decided what you wanted to do, which makes me feel as though I'm defeated. I have board members who sit here tonight and talk about how important it is that teachers be paid, that support workers be paid, that bus drivers be paid, but yet you gave money away when you gave Exxon a tax exemption. The superintendent is the person who suggested that an 8% pay raise be given across the board. But our board members voted what? No. Our governor suggested that a pay raise be given to the teachers and support workers of this state, but our legislators voted no. Yes, we have had some growth. No, I don't agree with everything the superintendent has done, but what I can say is he reaches out to talk to the employees. Everybody's never going to be happy. You're talking about giving the bus drivers a pay raise. Do you realize we had bus drivers driving buses with no license? Driving our children to school with no license. Is that the superintendent's fault? You have secretaries paying people payroll and they dead. Or they no longer work for this system. Is that the superintendent's fault? You have teachers who don't have a first hour class and they don't come to work till the second hour, but they get paid for the first hour. Is that the superintendent's fault? Let's take responsibility for where we are and not put it all in his chair and on his shoulders. Let's work collectively together to make sure that there's some sustainability in this district, that we keep the superintendent in place. I'm not going to argue the salary because I don't get paid for that. That's y'all job. But I do believe that he is the best bet for this district, and not only did all kids benefit from him, our African American students definitely benefited from him. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Dr. James Finney, followed by Ms. Mary Patricia Ray, followed by Ms. Maria Harmon. Dr. Finney? That's okay. Ms. Patricia Ray, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Mary Patricia Ray. I have 2 boys in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. At the Dufrock School, as many of you know from my emails, a school that is in absolute crisis. I have been at all the meetings where people said people didn't come before. I've been at every single one of them. I email each of you almost every single week about what's been going on with my children, which, by the way, yes, is the direct responsibility of Dr. Cita Narcisse. My children have never had a teacher, the same teacher, for an entire school year. And each teacher that has left because, and public records demonstrate, they have asked for resources for their classrooms merely to make it a safe place for children to learn. They have appealed directly to Dr. Cita Narcisse. They have not received those resources and they quit. Last week, a teacher that had a master's degree in early childhood education quit, leaving my children without a classroom teacher again for the 3rd time in 3 years. Right now, the school district has spent the last 2 years fighting the provision of a paraprofessional for my child under his IEP, the provision of independent evaluations for my children. They've spent thousands and thousands of dollars on legal fees to drag my 6-year-old before an administrative law judge, rather than providing the resources my children need, which cost less than that. That was under the leadership and at the direction of Dr. Cito Narcisse. One of my children was left in his own feces and a pile of rat trap glue, which you have all been made aware of, and that was under the leadership of Dr. Cito Narcisse. I heard that our test scores have gone up. I heard that people at Baton Rouge High are happy with how things are going, and I've heard that we want stability. You know what I want? I just want a safe learning environment for my children where they're not retaliated against because the federal government happens to be investigating what's gone wrong here, where they're not retaliated against and bullied because I report licensure violations to the state of Louisiana. That's what I want. That retaliation happens under the leadership and at the direction of the superintendent. Please get him away from my children. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. James Finney, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for the substitute motion, and thank you to Vice President Powell for the second and thoughtful remarks, and to you, sir, for your remarks. I enthusiastically support this substitute motion. If you are undecided, take a quick moment to glance at the online comments. I counted 38 a few moments ago. 36 of those were opposed to the proposed contract extension. If you're undecided, look at the committee of whole agenda for later this evening. See how inspiring that is or is not. You shouldn't be approving a contract here, a contract there. How are we going to distribute the state's bonuses? You should be allowed and encouraged by the superintendent to have meaningful, thoughtful policy discussions. Wouldn't you rather be talking about whether we can get high schoolers a later start time? Wouldn't you rather be talking about music for every student so we can improve their math scores? Instead, you get drugged down into the minutia, and you don't get to set policy because it's set for you by the superintendent. Even if the board is the problem, as some of the other commenters have suggested, the public just hired you and 2/3 of the board flipped. So if this board and this superintendent are incompatible, it's the superintendent that needs to be changed, because we can't tolerate another 3 years of this stalemate. If his skin color suggests a lower expectation, lower standards, and acceptance for an inferior performance than would be expected of somebody with lighter skin color, that is a racist suggestion, and I would hope you would reject that. Dr. Cito happens to have dark skin. Do not allow yourselves to be fooled into accepting a lower standard. Almost done. I hope that Superintendent Narcisse finds success in another community, but your obligation is to the students of this community. Are you better with him or without him? Please approve the motion, and thank you for your time.
Ms. Harmon, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Maria Harmon, one of the co-founders and co-directors for Step Up Louisiana, and I'm also a resident in District 6. What I can say on behalf of Step Up is we have a lot of parents viewing online currently. They're not able to be here in person. I just want to be sure that their comments submitted online can be acknowledged. For the longest, we haven't had comments that were submitted online read into record. So just want to be sure we can have assurance of acknowledgement of the submission of their thoughts and contributions as constituents with children in this school district. The other thing is, just speaking personally as a constituent here, outwardly, it does look bad to have a raise when it's been a struggle for bus drivers, teachers, food service workers to have a raise. I'm just stating the obvious here. Also, if the contract is not renewed, what is the plan? Because there's a strong will right now, and my concern is, are we gonna open up a search that's gonna bring in a leader that will charter out this school district? Because I'm not gonna sit here and act like that's not the political will right now. And EBR is one of the blackest school districts in this state. And under statute 173972, I'm paraphrasing, but towards the end, they put priority on high-risk students. Who are the high-risk students in this district? You see what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, what are we gonna do to ensure that we maintain a leader that's gonna preserve the public institution of our education system, but also feed into and pour into the traditional public schools that we do have? And I feel perplexed. I feel perplexed on the position that everyone is in right now. There's a lot of dissatisfaction, but I will say, I'm just saying it's not sitting over well with the community to see a raise be put in, but no raise be acknowledged for the workers. And a lot of the teachers upheld the progression that this district has made off of the data. I have to be honest about that too. But I'm hesitant to say anything about renewing a contract right now with the political will that's at hand. What I do know is that we have over 800 students in IDEA, and all of those schools are failing. And Dr. Narcisse is aware of that. And from what I understand, their charter contract needs to be revoked. Because if we have 800 kids coming back, that's additional money coming back into the school district to be administered. And it may be worth, we do not need the state to take over this school at all, because that means another charter is still gonna operate. And that charter is gonna operate according to the state standards, not yours. And we've seen a school come back under this administration. And we've seen the process, and it's remaining a traditional public school. So it would be mindful and we're also looking at a possibility of school mergers. But what would happen if we have 800 plus kids coming back in?
It's going to be a time, Ms. Marie.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Jamie Robinson, followed by Mr. Caleb Holmes, followed by Mr. Dale W. Flowers.
Good evening, board members. It makes me sick to my stomach to know that people will come before this podium and prioritize one particular person over the needs of thousands of children. I've seen people come before this podium and say, basically do it because he's a black man. I don't care if you're black, white, brown, or yellow. There is no way that you deserve a raise of this extent. There's no way. When you talk about and brag about the growth that this parish has gained, 2 points. Let me tell you what I think about 2 points. If I give a homeless person $2, guess what? They still homeless. This parish still has a problem. Those 2 points have done, what is that? Especially when you say you're directly responsible for it. Because let's talk about what you bought here. You bought Pathways at Glen Oaks High. Glen Oaks is still an F. You bought Brighter Futures to Park Elementary. We grew a B before it came there. Guess what? We've dropped back down to a C. And then you bought it to this new school, Eva Lagarde. Their first year here, Eva Lagarde is an F. So how effective really is the programs and these initiatives that you've brought to this parish? Now, I'm baffled by the idea that you can, I've heard someone say you suggested to give the teachers a raise. I don't believe that's true. What I remember you doing, you promised that you were going to work very hard to give the teachers a raise. But guess what? You never presented a plan to this board for them to vote on it. You never showed the community a real way that was going to be accomplished. Even board members said, well, this is the predicament that the superintendent put us in. That's what I heard them say. You take a stipend and give them a raise.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Holmes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Long time no see, board. Some faces new. Some the same. COVID, sick days, teacher pay raises, the bus crisis, the Exxon tax, and many other issues. There's a saying that my mom always tells me, a broken clock is right twice a day, But the clock is still what? Broken. Thank you, class. There have been some measurable and tangible improvements in the school district over the last 3 years under Superintendent Narcisse. And we're not going to take that away from those children, from those teachers, and from for the public system staff. However, the system, the superintendent, the clock is still broken. I do not believe it is in the best interest to renew this man's contract, on top of the very apparent fact that teachers have been clamoring, begging, pleading for a pay raise, and now we're increasing pay rates. That's just kind of like, not a good look. It's not a good look. Right, Superintendent? It's not a good look. Lastly, yes, there have been many, many boards over the last decade and even beforehand that have made some decisions some have been good, some have not been good. I do find it a little odd sometimes, though, to blame the entire board. While, yes, it is the entire board, there have been many votes that have split along racial, labor, socioeconomic lines, and it's a little interesting how we're still stuck in the same trap. We have teachers, black women teachers, in our teacher unions that have been saying the same exact thing for the last 3 years. This is why I brought up all those issues beforehand. I understand that if we get a new superintendent, we're throwing ourselves almost to the wolves. Keyword is almost. But if it was truly a concern about public education, about the students, and about the school system, we wouldn't have done this in the first place. There were many, many teachers, students, constituent members, myself, education organizations that were saying, no, this is not the move. So I do appreciate the concern, but if I may speak on behalf of the community, I think it's a little bit of a fake concern, some crocodile tears going on when all of a sudden we're saying, well, let's not do this because we don't know what would happen. We didn't know what would happen under Superintendent Narcisse. We've gotten our answer, and it's not a good one. I strongly move that the board do not renew Superintendent Narcisse's contract, and we begin the real work of looking for a new superintendent under progressive, democratic, and understanding the teachers, the workers, and the laborers of this district, putting their interests first, because it is their work that has gotten any success in this district, and the bus drivers, and the cafeteria workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flowers.
Good evening, Mr. President, Madam VP, our Superintendent Narcisse. Dr. Narcisse, thank you for the job that you've done in the time that you've been here. You guys know I like to speak in these analogies. The former board, when they hired Dr. Narcisse, they presented him with a beautiful car, clean, Armor-All tires, inside immaculate. But when he tried to start that thing, nothing. He popped the hood and saw it was a mess. And he tried to begin to clean the mess up. He's had 3 years. He's not quite done yet. He's rocked the boat. But guess what? This boat needed to be rocked because the status quo has not worked. We cannot continue to jump around. The former board has done their thing. You guys know, I've told you before, former boards have gotten us to where we are. They've made decisions that have destroyed this school system. You guys need to make decisions that will begin to rebuild this system that works for all of our children. Dr. Narcisse has tried to implement programs that are working for everyone and not just a few. We need to continue on that vein to make sure that we do what's best for all of our children. Money, I'm not going to talk about money. Leave it up to you guys. Maybe you can go back and talk again. But your problem isn't your superintendent. Your problem is your policy. everything that he has done, you know why he could do it? Because of your policy. You change your superintendent, you don't change those policies, you're going to be right back here again. Look at your policy. And you change those, you give them the framework to work within, then you'll get what you want. But changing this superintendent is not going to change a thing if you don't work on your policy. So thank you guys, and I hope you make the right decision tonight for all of our children and employees, and really the city of Baton Rouge. Please make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Eric Brown, followed by Brittany Bryant, followed by Thea Wisham.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Brown. I'm from this community, and also I'm backing Dr. Narcisse. Some might say why, but why not? Okay? I'm from this community. I heard a guy say, with the community talking. No, not on the other side of Florida Boulevard. But you know, I'm gonna talk about this other side of Florida Boulevard, what's going on this side. Because I know on that side, Dr. Narcisse is not our main priority, okay? And that's nothing against you, Dr. Narcisse, but I'm just saying you're not our main priority. But I work for Stand for Children, and I canvas all over the place. And I'm a genuine brother, you know. This stand has nothing to do with my conversation right now. This is Eric Brown from North Baton Rouge, the Park, Easy Town, Ghost Town, everyone you will name it, that's where I'm from, okay? But I know one thing, when I go across that Florida Boulevard and I talk to the other constituents on the other side, like on this side of this table, the first thing they tell me, oh, Nathan about to clean things up. I'm like, wow. And I'm just open here. Well, how is Nathan? Oh, they say Patrick too. Oh, they're gonna clean things up. They're gonna clean things up in the school system in Baton Rouge. Matter of fact, Adonica, New Schools, Adonica, I'm trying to get it right. It's Adonica Red Stick Alliance. You know, I'm getting confused because they're so close, you know, Chris Myers, New Schools, Red Stick, Alliance, Adonica, used to work for EBR. Man, it just kind of had me kind of puzzled. And I know a lot of people that on the outside probably like, what the hell is he talking about? But when I talk to them, they basically telling me that Nathan has made a deal with Adonica. And this is not what I'm saying. This is what they telling me. They saying that Nathan has made a deal, and Patrick too, they has made a deal with Adonica to bring in charters to East Baton Rouge school system. Now, black folks, I'm gonna tell you now, you better wake up, because I remember RSD. Man, that's like a nightmare, okay? That's like a nightmare. And I know some people here that work for them, it's probably a nightmare for them when they worked there, okay? And they was getting paid. But hear me well, hear me well. I mean, I've heard that about taking over Park Forest Middle. You know, that's just one school. But we better wake up. I'm telling you, black folks, you better wake up. And there's no shot at nobody on this board. But I'm telling you what your constituents told me, Mr. Nathan. They said that you worked a deal with Adonica to bring in charters to
10
EBR
seconds to wrap
system.
up, Mr. Brown. I said it's 10 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, I'm sorry. And that bothered me. That bothered me. Because I really thought you was genuine for all people. And then we have the magnet school that's coming here complaining about issues. Please cross Florida Boulevard. I cannot believe they have the audacity to talk about Baton Rouge and Sherwood Middle. You know, I can go on and on, and I love all the schools. But come visit Estroma High School. Come visit Capitol Middle Elementary, Scotlandville. I go Crestwood Middle. I can go on and on.
It's gonna be time.
I'm sorry, but renew his contract and stop the foolishness.
Thank you. Ms. Lucy Birchman? I'm sorry, what was your card? What was your name? Brittany. I'm sorry, Miss Brittany. Yeah, I'm sorry, you are next. I'm sorry. I put you in the other pile, but yes, you're next.
All right. Since you were so distracted, Mr. Lanus, my child did not get to finish their statement, so I'm going to finish it for him. It is disconcerting to note that the extravagant allowances proposed to Mr. Narcisse in terms of money, housing, cars, and technology. These allowances stand in stark contrast to the financial struggles faced by our school district. How can we justify such expense perks for one individual when our schools are left scrambling for resources? In conclusion, the evidence against Mr. Narcisse is overwhelming, and it is clear that his leadership is not in the best interest of our community, our educators, or our schools, our students. As we advocate for a betterment of our educational system, let us stand united in urging the school board not to renew Mr. Narcisse's contract. Our children deserve a leader who is committed to their education. Our teachers deserve a leader who values their hard work. And our community deserves a leader who prioritizes the collective future over personal gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy Birchman, followed by Evelyn Birchman.
You said my name.
I'm sorry, I did. I'm just letting them know that's the next ones behind you.
Hello, my name is Theonique Wisham, and I am someone of this community. I'm a graduate of McKinley Middle and McKinley High. Let's go Panthers. So I am very proud to be here. I am just a person in the community learning how things work and who's in charge. And from sitting in this meeting, a lot of people are blaming Dr. Narcisse for no increase in pay. But as I've done my own research, it's not Dr. Narcisse's job on his own to increase the pay of the teachers, the buses, and everything else. So one thing I do want to talk about is responsibility. We need to know who's responsible for these things so we know who to call out. And if it is the members of this board, then I am disgusted that y'all will sit here and let this man be torn down like that, knowing that it is not him that makes these single decisions. Moving on. It's a nurse shortage in this community. It's a nurse shortage, period. It's a shortage of all kind of jobs, period. I am an entrepreneur in this community, and I started a second business to get to where I need to be because that's where I'm comfortable at. So I'm not mad at the teachers for wanting a raise or anything, but I just want everybody to realize everybody is working hard and tirelessly at this time in America to make ends meet. Secondly, representation matters. As an African-American student in EBR my whole life, I love to see more of us in positions of power. Now, when we do get into these positions, we should be graded as everyone else. But I also think that it is important to see leadership amongst Black kids by Black people. And I won't come down off of that. I'm nervous. This is my first time. I didn't even come here to speak. It was just on my heart. But that's all I wanted to say. I want everybody to have some compassion and look at it from other people's point of view. Everybody has had to get second jobs, not just teachers. And I appreciate everything they're doing for these students. And whatever we can do to help them, we need to do. But I'm looking at every member of the board because I will be emailing you all. I think this is horrible. And like I said, if you guys are up and make the decisions on people's pay and you sit up here and let this man be torn down like this, this is horrible. And I do know about the Exxon tax exemption, and I'm just a regular person. Why do we exempt big corporations and then leave people like Dr. Narcisse on the hook to take the fall for all of this? Because Exxon has the money to pay us. I'm done.
Thank you. Ms. Lucy Birchman, followed by Evelyn Birchman, followed by Pastor Henderson.
Hi, my name is Lucy Birchman. I go to Westo Middle School. We don't believe that the superintendent and board don't seem to care for the staff, teachers, and students. We don't feel like you support us. For example, the teachers haven't gotten a pay raise in about a decade. Well, you're getting a raise larger than teachers are getting paid. We have at least 4 buses combined into one because we don't have enough buses or enough drivers. Without your pay raise, we could have enough buses and drivers and we wouldn't have to waste our whole lunch block waiting to get lunch. Respectfully, I do not think that your contract should be renewed. The board needs to do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Birchman. I go to Westdale Middle School in East Baton Rouge. I mean everything in the most respectful way possible. So the first thing I would like to say is that you couldn't find the money for the buses this summer, so more time was added or something so that you could. And yet you still managed not to have enough money to pay the teachers, the bus drivers, the custodial staff, the cafeteria workers, and the administrative staff. However, you could find the money to add 4% to your paycheck every year. I'm really confused about how you managed to get that much money for yourself and not for the people who need and deserve it. I mean, school has basically turned into a second home for all of us. I'm sorry.
It's okay, take your time.
They feed us, they transport us, they educate us, they give us advice, and so much more, and yet you can't seem to appreciate how much work they are doing. And by giving yourself more money, you are basically saying you think you have more of an impact on us as students, which we all know is not true. So respectfully, I think you should take that 4% off and give it to the people who really deserve it. Because what you are doing right now is extremely outrageous and selfish. We don't have a district without teachers and students. You are getting paid on a higher end of superintendents for a district that is failing. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Henderson, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. We've had an opportunity to hear everyone voice their displeasure with the superintendent. And I know that the teachers need a raise, and I know many things. And I know we are going to get it right. May not be tonight, but we will get it right. And I have confidence that this board is going to get it right. You've got to get the right people on the right bus. And you got to get them in the right seats. You got to get the wrong people off the bus, because mediocre people don't like high achievers. And high achievers don't like mediocre people. And if you let those two things coexist in your organization, you're never going to have togetherness. Because there's always going to be someone looking over their shoulder saying, I have to do something. Or that person over there doesn't do anything, or refuses to do it, or just doesn't do it at all. What I hope that happens is that we as a community begin to respect each other and stop playing the games. We know Kevin George at LSU was contacted. Kevin George is the same person that runs New Beginnings Charter Management Organization. We know this. We know Michelle Clayton was contacted. The games that are being played. The games. Mr. Martin, I had the privilege to work with Mr. Martin and Brandy Bollinger and Mike Foster. So I'm disappointed to see that people out here calling Kevin George from LSU to try to get him to be superintendent. When we saying we're going to do what's best for children, when does that start? When does that start? I'm almost done, Mr. President. I'm almost done. When does that start? No, Dr. Narcisse may not have done everything right, but he does deserve a chance. But we got school board members who are actively out here in restaurants in Baton Rouge meeting with candidates for a position that's not even open, and your picture's on Facebook. Did you know that if you put 100 ants, if you put 100 black ants and 100 red ants in a jar, nothing will happen?
Pastor Henderson, that's 10-second wrap up.
Okay. But if you shake the jar hard, the ants start killing each other. The red ants consider the black ants their enemies, and the black ants consider the red ants their enemies. The true enemy is the one that's shaking the jar. We sick of hearing about Adonica Duggan. Notice she didn't get up here tonight. The same thing that happens in human society. So before we attack each other, we should think about who's shaking the jar.
Thank you. This time now we'll read into order comment cards that were received for the folks who chose not to speak. I'm sorry, we have one more card. Miss Valencia, that's okay. You can turn your card in after you get through speaking. You have the floor when you get to the mic. Okay. It's on a different item or?
No, it's for somebody else.
Okay, so you can just hold both of them?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. My name is Valencia Johnson. I'm the president of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. When I first saw the package, I felt that it was too extravagant. I felt that it was a slap in the face to educators across the board, the people who work in the district, who do the hard work in the trenches every day.
1 second, please. I'm sorry. Okay,
A 20%, okay, a 20% raise on top of a 4% every year with the housing allowance, the annuities, and the technology, the vehicle. That's a lot. You're a superintendent of a district, not the president, not even the superintendent of the state. We have to put our priorities, and this board is fiduciarily responsible for prioritizing education. That is not education. We have teachers right now who are buying paper, toner, ink in their classrooms. And we're giving all of this money away. And then when we get to next year, when we start doing this budget in March, and April, and May, we're gonna see that we can't pay for this, not let alone pay for the raises that we promise educators, those real raises and not stipends. So why are we doing this? Whether you renew his contract or not, I think that we should just be better stewards over our money. So cut out the 20% if you're gonna renew his contract. Cut out give him a 4% and 4% through, or just the 4%, and not 4 years. We can't do 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Aaron Brown, followed by Riley Brown. Aaron Brown and Riley Brown. Okay.
Hello. Okay. Good evening. Hi, my name is Aaron Brown. I'm a student at Stromer High School. I'm a sophomore, and I'm a product of Dr. Narcisse' work. I wouldn't be as much amazing as I am if Dr. Narcisse wasn't here. I also have 19 college credits because of Dr. Narcisse and his credible work. I just want to say thank you, Dr. Narcisse, and I feel like y'all should renew his contract. And also, I'm from North Baton Rouge. Nice, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Riley Brown.
Hi, my name is Riley Brown. I'm in 8th grade. I was currently student of the year in 5th grade, and now I'm student of the year in 8th grade. And I support Dr. Narcisse. Thank you. And he has helped me so much, and I look forward to being in the Pathways to Bright Future in my 9th grade year. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other cue cards at this time for anybody who wishes to speak. I'm sorry, you had one? What was your name?
I gave it specifically to you in the hallway, remember?
That's okay, Ms. Deb. You can go ahead and go. You had the floor.
All right. I am a parent of an East Baton Rouge student, and I'm also a teacher. And this meeting was started with, hey, I got a joke. And I don't know if the joke is that, okay, we're just going to keep him for a while, but we're putting this raise on here so that when he doesn't get the raise, everybody's at least happy that that didn't happen and he gets to stay. I don't know what's right. I'm a teacher, but I think we got to read the room a little better. And I think to come here and present a raise, it's just not right. It just does not read the room. Somebody here did not read the room for a long time. The last room we were in was a lot bigger. I've got so many notes here. Just this week, I was asked to do letters. I'm a first-time third grade teacher, but I got put into a group that's supposed to be finished in 3 months when you're supposed to have a year and a half. There was a letter sent out last year from Dr. Robinson saying, oh, please, it's mandated, but it didn't get budgeted. Well, it's not budgeted for this year. That's 40 hours that teachers who have to work on this are working with no pay in their own time. I'm going to do it because I don't want the school system to lose the $400 to put me in the right cohort. Today, after school, I stayed late because we have to do test security after school. I'm not paid for that. I just think reading the room is important, and I think that is the biggest problem. People are not reading the room. You have a whole community that needs to be represented, Black, white, Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese, to say, I don't know why these people come across the road. But if you look at the people who are speaking, and I know some people don't have, I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep going, don't have the means to get here so they can speak. But in this room tonight, there's been a lot of diversity on one side of what they think should happen and very little diversity on the other side. And I think diversity is very important. I think Capitol Heights, that energy comes from a neighborhood school. I think a lot of that growth comes from a neighborhood school. But we keep talking charter schools. I don't know. I've got so much going on. I've got ADD. I don't know what the deal is. Charter schools, they have kids till October, and then they get the money, even though those kids leave and come back to EBR. Am I wrong in saying that? No. Okay, somebody needs to rework that contract. If they get our kids until October and they're giving us back their failing kids, but they keep the money, that's a problem. And I will wrap up, but I'll also say, giving us 2 minutes, especially teachers who stay after without pay, who do letters without pay, who get there early without pay so that you're not here very late, is also not reading the room. Have a good night.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And by the way, I will say, since it's in that card, that is noted, but I will also say that the hour is almost 8 o'clock and we still have a stack of cards to get through. So that's the reason why we short at the time. All right. That's okay, thank you, I appreciate that. We're gonna keep moving right along. Ms. Jasmine Moore, you have the floor.
That was really quick. I wasn't expecting that. My name is Jasmine Moore, and I work with Stand for Children. Do you know someone who can't read? I'm sure many of you do, because it's no surprise that literacy in Louisiana is a problem. If it is a surprise to you, then you probably have not been reading. Louisiana's literacy rate is 72%, which is below the national average of 80.7%. Louisiana is ranked as the 5th worst state with the lowest literacy rate. This means that we need a superintendent that is focused on improving literacy for students, and we already have that. Dr. Narcise's leadership helped create a Department of Literacy with the district to focus and coordinate our efforts to improve literacy and place literacy coaches in low-performing schools to help develop new literacy teaching strategies and make sure they are sustainable. Dr. Narcise and his team has also worked collaboratively with organizations across the city to create and begin implementation of the Literacy Blueprint, which will redesign the teaching of science and reading across the district. This ability to read and write impacts everything from cooking to crime to constructing the Constitution, and we need a superintendent who is dedicated to improving literacy in Louisiana. Thank you, board members, for all your hard work. Thank you, Dr. Narcise. Please be on the bright side of Louisiana history today and vote yes to renew Dr. Narcise's contract. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bennett, that's our last comment card for anyone wishing to speak. I'll now read into order all of the comments all of the cards that we received that do not wish to speak. First will be Ms. Nikithia Stevens, who said unfair wages, lack of school outcomes. Ms. Kiva Demars, unfair pay for workers. We were turned down for a raise, and now the board is offering money for someone willing to leave us. Mr. Mike McClanahan, the NAACP feels that we have called Dr. Narcisse when things were going good and not so good, and he has responded accordingly. Let him finish the job he was chosen to start. We will be watching him. Ms. Madeline Nasik, vote no. Do what is right for the district and staff. This one had no comment. Ms. Danielle Bunker, I think her name was. I'm sorry. If I mispronounced your name, please forgive me. He is not qualified, was ineffective at the job, does not deserve this amount of money. Jeannie Taplin, don't give one raise, and all the employees that have been here can't get one, but there is no money for all the other employees. This is the same one. Mr. Arthur Dickerson, he should not get renewed. Zaria Johnson, please do not renew contract. Jason Guilford, performance review, we can do better. Jessica Matthews, we have been fighting for our raises as a bus driver, and now you're taking that from us. I thought we did not have the money. How did we get the money to give it to the superintendent? Ms. Pauline Watson, how can you find all that money for one person, but you can't find money for EBR hard workers and to get pay raises, do not renew contract? Ms. Jacqueline Germany did not, she spoke. Ms. Star Matthews, she spoke. And this is the last one. Danelia Washington, why does he get to make more than the president when the teachers and staff have pennies to survive? I'm sorry, it's written in pencil on top of the writing. This contract is disrespectful to every staff member in EBR, okay? That now concludes all of our comments on this particular item from our public. At this time now, we will now turn back to our board. First in the queue, we have Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell Lewis. You have the floor.
Thank you. Okay, I would first like to thank everyone who shared their comments. This is the major part of being in a democracy, the fact that we all get a chance to share our voice. I wanted to share 2 additional details. One comes from ebrschools.org/caps/policies/cbb-10.htm. It says Superintendent Powers and Responsibilities. First of all, I agree with Pastor Flowers in the fact that there needs to be changes in policies. We have not gotten to that place in an entire year. So let me read to you what this policy says. The superintendent of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board is a constitutional school officer as provided in the Constitution and laws of the state of Louisiana. As such, he or she has certain authorities and functions which are provided for by law. The superintendent shall be the chief executive officer and secretary of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. He or she shall be responsible to the board for the efficient administration of the school district according to the laws governing the school district and the policies which are adopted by the Louisiana Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, BESE, and the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. His or her discharge of duty shall be of such a caliber as to assure that the quality of the school district's educational program is consonant with legislative intent, needs of students and employees, and commensurate with changing needs of the local citizenry. As the instructional leader of the school district and its chief executive officer, the superintendent shall have primary responsibility for personnel actions in the district. The superintendent shall serve as the secretary and treasurer of the school board. As secretary, he or she shall conduct all correspondence of the school board, keep and preserve all its records, receive all reports required by the school board, and see that such reports are in proper form, complete, and accurate. He or she shall see that all minutes and other transactions of the school board are made available for public examination in accordance with state law. He or she shall announce all meetings, prepare the agenda of all meetings, and attend all meetings of the school board and of its committees. In case the secretary is absent, the school board may appoint another member of the school board or other school personnel under the jurisdiction of said board to act as secretary. As treasurer, the superintendent shall be designated as the official custodian of all funds to which the school board is entitled by law and shall be responsible for the proper safeguarding and accounting for all such funds. The treasurer shall issue a receipt of any monies coming into his or her hands and deposit such monies in accordance with the laws governing the deposit of public funds. He or she shall issue warrants in payment of expenses lawfully incurred on behalf of the school board, but except as otherwise provided by law, shall issue such warrants only after proper allowance or approval by the school board. For each school year, the treasurer shall give a bond for the faithful performance of his or her duties. Said bond to be written by an insurance company licensed to do business in the state of Louisiana and in an amount to be determined by the school board. The treasurer shall be responsible under such bond for the faithful performance of duties as treasurer. The cost of the bond shall be paid by the school board. Now, ebrschools.org /caps/policies /BBBA.htm. Duties of board members. The members of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board shall have authority only when acting as a school board legally in session. The school board shall not be bound in any way by any action or statement on the part of any individual school board member except when such statement or action is in pursuance of specific instructions from the school board. No school board member, by virtue of his or her office, shall exercise any administrative responsibility with respect to the schools or as an individual command the services of any school employee. The duties and obligations of an individual school board member may be enumerated as follows. Number 1, to familiarize himself or herself with school law, regulations of the Louisiana Department of Education, school board policies, and administrative regulations and procedures. Number 2, to have a general knowledge of educational philosophy, aims and objectives of the system. Number 3, to work harmoniously with other school board members, which means that you might end up having dinner with somebody, without trying to either dominate the school board or neglect his or her share of the work. So that means staying in contact with your school board members. Number 4, to vote and act in the school board meetings impartially for the good of the whole school district, not just a particular school district. Number 5, to accept the will of the majority vote in all cases and give wholehearted support to resulting policy. Number 6, to represent the school board and the school system to the public in such a way as to promote both interest and support. Number 7, to refer complaints to the proper school authorities and to abstain from individual counsel and action. And number 8, to act ethically in all matters at all times, thereby representing the school district to the best of one's ability. That's what our policy says. I agree with Pastor Flowers in the fact that we need to change policy. Also, I would just like to share, we've been making comparisons both in the public and on this board in regards to previous administration, which to me makes no sense. We need to deal with the issue that is currently at hand. Our previous superintendent, who we've often referred to by his name as Mr. Warren Drake, at his year 3 of his contract, his total contract package was $945,870. At year 3 of Dr. Narcise's total contract package, it is $1,047,666. Okay? How much time I have left? I'm over?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop right here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Mark Ballou.
Thank you, President Lannis. And I, too, want to thank everyone who came tonight and gave input, as well as everybody who emailed me, texted, called. Really appreciate it. The input was helpful. And I know from speaking to my colleagues on the board, we all felt the weight of this important decision. So, you know, when I looked at it, it came down to, you know, how do we, what gives us the best chance to advance student achievement going forward? And I believe that it was to renew Dr. Narcise's contract, and that's where I stand. But regardless of what decision the board makes tonight, I know from working with my colleagues that we have a board that can work together and continue to advance the district forward, regardless of the decision. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have school board member Nathan Rest.
We are different people. He's got a lot different grayer hair than I do. So, thank you to all the public for coming out and providing your feedback and comments to the board on this decision that's ahead of us. I want to give my perspective on this decision. It's become evident to me that teachers, school leaders, and support staff feel unsupported, overwhelmed, and undervalued across our district. In fact, I think it's an unnamed crisis that exists within our system as an employer. I'll point out that culture exists in every organization, whether that's a good culture or a poor one. If our staff were inspired, supported, and equipped, they would move mountains for our kids. They are not bought in. If our culture was transparent, accountable, and humble, staff would not claim that they lived in a culture of fear within our district. Cultures are indicative of the values of a leader at the top. Those individuals hire and hold accountable people to those values, whatever they are. Our biggest opportunity as a school system is creating a strong culture, and the leadership we have seen these 3 years has failed to do this. We have spent hundreds of millions of dollars in a historic one-time money cash infusion to overcome COVID learning loss. I'll remind you that those hundreds of million dollars will cost your kids billions in inflation and taxes. There's been a lot of fanfare about the gains made in school performance scores, while true diagnostics like literacy assessments, LEAP, and ACT scores show that our student performance has languished. In God we trust, everyone else can bring the data. Is that what was said? The data shows that kids can't read and do math, and as a community, we are failing them. Regaining lost ground is not good enough, because where we started was terrible to begin with. I expect, as a board member, as a taxpayer, as a community member, to demand that mountains be moved for our kids. And that is not what has happened in these 3 years. As board members, we serve in an inherently political realm. I will say that the events and stories that I could tell you that have occurred in this administration this year have shocked, demoralized, and disappointed me, not only as a board member, but as a member of this parish. At just a fundamental level, the attempts to divide our board and the leaders in our community along the fault lines of race and inequality have disgusted and appalled me. It continues to happen up to this minute. We have decades of inequality to overcome as it stands. We don't need more fuel on the fire. As I have sought to build relationship with our board members to build a future for our families, people have sought to confuse and divide us. What I have seen does not represent the values of our community, and I won't stand for it. I won't support it. I'm disappointed by the leaders in our community that believe that the ends justify the means, that people and how you treat them don't matter, that is an appropriate example to our children. Throughout this year, I have asked for leadership from our superintendent, creating policies, advancing board governance, collaboration, and a functional budget process, and much, much more. What I've seen instead is a superintendent that mostly pays lip service to the attempts of our board to govern in a more modern and transparent manner. He has not been a partner to this board. He would prefer a board that is amenable and rubber stamps his agenda at every turn. It is the responsibility of our board to represent the taxpayer, build consensus, and develop the vision of our community. We deserve a superintendent that will execute that, not their own agenda. Ms. Banks, I fundamentally reject your notion that this board is unqualified to evaluate our superintendent. And that type of attitude is a fundamental problem within our parish governance. Any citizen is qualified to hold the leaders that they pay with their tax dollars accountable. This board was elected by their community to represent them just as you were. As a parent of children in this school system, I represent families in the communities of our school system. As one of 9 members of the board who have one sole employee, whom else would be tasked or qualified to perform this responsibility? If I'm not qualified after 1 year on this board to evaluate the performance of our leader, please tell me who is. Last, I want to mention that while this is not something that I hope to air out in public, I want to mention that the proposed contract terms by our leadership is a gross misrepresentation. Our board authorized both President Lannis and Vice President Carla Powell-Lewis to negotiate terms with our superintendent. It was sworn up and down that the rest of your board would be collaborated with in this negotiation, as well as in our summer workshop that we would collaborate on performance metrics before we reach this point. I have yet to speak with a board member that read or reviewed any of the proposed contract terms before presentation to the public. The audacity of this proposal, in spite of the challenges we have faced this year, is not only tone deaf, but leads the public to believe that your board as a whole agreed to present this, and it undermines board confidence. Mr. Chambers asked our board to lead. I will lead by expecting more from our leadership, and that reflects the values of the community they represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russ. Next we have Coach Lewis. I'll get some water.
I'm going to try to take my time and say this because so often from this seat, I've let my passion about the way I live and things I believe in come out in a way that maybe you missed the point that I was trying to make. I'm not going to sit up here and go over anything that I've said, because if you sat in that audience anytime the last year, you know what I believe. You know why I'm on this board. I grew up in a family of educators. I buried an aunt last Saturday who taught for 40 years. When rooms like this didn't exist in color, so to speak. When I talked to my colleagues back there just a little while ago, we talked about equity. We talked about a great man, Eddie Robinson. And Eddie Robinson said there's 2 times in a man's life he needs to be humble: when he's winning and when he's losing. A lot of the reasons I'm in this seat is because of the man sitting to my right. Because I've said this before, I had no intentions whatsoever of getting involved in this after 2018. I watched him, I listened to him, and I decided that I could work with him. And a lot of that came from spending 15 years in a school system. Charter, direct run, RSD, all the way across the board. And one thing I know is that we're going to turn this district around. We're going to turn this district around. People have pointed fingers at this board. Maybe some justified, maybe some not. I don't care, because I know I haven't slept more than 4 or 5 hours the last 2 or 3 months trying to figure out what was going to happen when I got here today. I am my own man. I make my own decisions. Nobody owns me, nobody bought me, and nobody can buy me. If you think you can, or you live under those delusions, better go check yourself. I had an aunt who taught men how to read in the CC camps during the Great Depression. Black, white, taught them how to read, grown men. Education runs through my veins, and I tried my best to run away from it. I bear the scars of being in a unequitable education system the first 6 or 7 years that I attended school. At 67 years old, I still bear some of those scars. I don't want the kids in this district to bear those scars at 27 or 17. This board, regardless of what happens tonight, this board will run this school system. We will put the parameters in place for whoever, whether it's Dr. Narcisse or whomever sits there. This board would not acquiesce its power to another individual. And when you come in here, or whoever they, he, or she may be, they will understand that. And if they can't get with that, don't let the door hit you on your way out. Equitable resources, teacher pay, respect, morale, all those things go with a great education system. I thought I had all the answers before I got this chair. I got in this chair and I found out I ain't had a whole lot of none of them. I ran into the same problem when I was a defense coordinator. Thought I was the best defensive coach in the world till I got in that seat. And I found out it looks a lot different when you're sitting on that side. We've got a lot of time to make up in this district. I don't care how much money the superintendent's making. If everybody else is making money, to me, it's not about money. If it was about money, y'all, that's personal.
Sorry, Coach. You're 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Oh, got 1 minute? Okay.
No, you're over.
Oh, I'm over?
15 seconds.
There's, what, if I wouldn't go over, it wouldn't be me.
I know you're right. You're right. You're right about that, Coach. You're right about that.
Look, we're going to turn this district around. And there are people that have been promised things in this district. They're going to get what they've been promised. McKinley High School. They're going to get what they promised. And I'm calling, I hate to do it, I'm calling my old boss out. And I'm calling my neighbor out. McKinley High School will not be forgotten. Because they deserve everything they deserve, and they will get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Lewis. Next in the queue, we have Miss Emily Chatelain.
Thank you. I echo, the appreciation for everybody here tonight. I think it's a really positive thing that we have so many people in this community who care. I am disappointed but not surprised. A saying that I kind of live by is that often the loudest voice in the room is not the voice that makes the difference. And sometimes we need to turn that volume down so we can hear one another. Because from what I see is that not everybody is being heard and not everybody feels like they have a voice. And that's a really terrible place to be in. I think that Dr. Narcisse came into an uphill battle. I think every superintendent in the world is dealing with an uphill battle due to COVID and other things. And our community has more layers on top of that due to natural disasters that we have to deal with and the trauma that our kids have every day. I also believe that Superintendent Dr. Narcisse has his heart in the right place. I think it's ridiculous to think he doesn't. There are many positive things that have happened in this district, and they cannot be ignored, and they should not be ignored. They should be celebrated. And sadly, I think things aren't celebrated enough. A gentleman earlier tonight said that, you know, Capitol High must be in a bubble. It is in a bubble. I have found that a lot of places in our community are in a bubble. So that can go for both sides of that track. It's very apparent to have folks who see the same situation so drastically different that we are not listening to one another and hearing what we have to say. My decision tonight is not personal. The day I was sworn in, I said, I am here for the kids. I am still here for the kids. I believe this contract as it stands, the incentives and increases do not match the performance. And I wish we all could go back in time and do things differently. But we are here, and we have to deal with the issue at hand. And anyone else who had been put in my position of only being here for 2 months, 3 months, would be in the same boat of having to make a decision because it's for our kids. So that is why I will be voting the way that I will tonight. And I just wanted to share that with you all and with the public and with Dr. Narcisse and my fellow board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have school member Michael Godet.
Thank you. Gosh, again, thanks everyone for coming out and trying to figure out where to start. You know, I guess being the superintendent ends up being that you pay for the sins of many people as you go through all of this. I want to remind everyone that who is the first superintendent that went outside and got a third-party salary evaluation to come up with the need to increase all salaries by 12% across the district. That had never been done before by any superintendent. Came up with a plan to do 8%, then 2%, then 2% to get that up to the district, to that 12% level recommended in that survey. Actually, I know that in the original budget proposal that was put in, that was in as a salary increase. After discussions with many of the board members and others, that was changed to a stipend. Dr. Narcisse didn't throw this board to under the bus by saying the board made me change it. He put it up there. He put it up there. This board decided that it couldn't be a raise, it was a stipend, and he went with the board and put it up there. So there's been a lot of talk about a lot of different things. I heard, one of the things I heard is housing allowance multiple times. There is no housing allowance in the contract. There isn't. I just read the contract. There is no housing allowance in the contract. But I did look at some other contracts. There are also contracts contrast to the President of the United States and the Governor of Louisiana. You know, one of the big institutions around here that we are all part of in many different ways, including on this board, is LSU. President of LSU makes $725,000 a year with a $35,000 or $35,000 a year housing allowance on top of that. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a line of people going up and sitting at the LSU Board of Supervisors saying how unfair that was done by putting that together without public comment. But that's LSU, and I guess that doesn't matter. Okay? There's been, I have so many things on my list I could go through, but to expect, you know, Dr. Narcisse, people have been saying he's been here 3 years. He hasn't. It's not 3 years yet. He came in January, and January was a COVID, so really, as you got into it, July 1st of 2021 was the first time he was here. Now, had he come in and started changing everything dramatically, this room would have been in uproar. Because, oh, you're changing things too fast. Things are going, you know, we can't take that much change right away. So he put in some changes and did some things. And as you all know, change takes time in education. I think one of our best programs we have right now is our 9th grade success program. That 9th grade success program's been in place for a year and a half. Those kids that in the first year are now in 10th grade. There's going to be 2 more years before those kids graduate, and you see the impact of that. It takes time. We've greatly increased the childhood education going on in this thing, in this school system. But when COVID impacted young students way more than anyone else. If a student lost a year, you don't gain that whole year back in 1 year. You don't gain it back in 2 years. It's going to take 3 to 4 years to gain it back. And my big fear is we've got momentum going now in this district on the educational part. And to change paths now is just going to kill that momentum. And we just start right back over where we were. There's so much more things I could say, but another point I want to raise out, someone on this board brought up the thing of being divisive. And being divisive on this board. And I have to admit, I was very upset when it was alluded to that some members of this board were being unethical in voting on a contract because we had received campaign contributions from a group that was tangentially involved in that contract. I took that very personally because that was implying that I had no ethics. That is far from the truth. And everyone who was making that allocation knew that it was not what the law said, but it was implied. And that was very, very unfair. The ironic thing about that is that the same people who are stirring that up, to me, are the same people who are driving a lot of this discussion tonight. And yes, I see Adonica and I see Liz out there. Yes, it is the Alliance for Students in Baton Rouge that's stirring a lot of this up. I have been told they already have an interim superintendent picked out. They already have a short list of, I'm just saying what I've been told, a short list of candidates selected for the superintendent position. I have been told that by other board members who were told that. So I'm not going out and getting gossip off the street. But I just want all of you teachers out there who are looking at this, recognize, you know, this is a group that spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get me unelected and put out hit pieces on me and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars getting other people on this board elected. They're not, I can guarantee you, they're not going to be voting against charter schools. And I'm not anti-charter. I'm just not saying I don't want this whole district to be charter. So be careful what you ask for. And Storm, you and I had this discussion earlier today. I think you guys are in the process of winning the battle to lose a war. And you guys 3 years from now will be coming back saying, I can't believe we did this. Now, I'm going to ask for something here. I don't know. I know I'm over time. I'm wrapping up. But I've heard a lot of discussion. Miss Duncan, Miss Duggar, you like to say something? I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry, no. We're not addressing the floor. Mike, I want you to state from the dais, please.
And so,
please be respectful.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I would like to see if it's the sense of this board, because we can't negotiate in public on a contract. I would like to have an opportunity for, if it is the sense of this board, since much of the issue has been around the size of the salary increase, if it is a sense of this board that we could postpone the decision on the contract till the next meeting and reconfigure the salary increases included in the contract. Now, there's a motion on the floor right now. I know we can't bring in another motion. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, it's a substitute motion on the floor.
There's a substitute motion on the floor right now. I know we can't bring it up, but I would like for the board to consider that as a possibility. That would an extension of the tenure of Dr. Narcisse be appropriate if we came back with a lower salary request and if Dr. Narcisse agreed to that? Now, that's up to the board to figure out if that is a possibility. But I think we're making a huge mistake. The grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. And I tell you why the grass is greener, because there's a lot of manure on the other side of the fence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
That is certainly not my sense that we should do that. It's time to make the decision. This has been a distracting issue for a long time. The very first time I had a professional meeting with Dr. Narcisse in December, shortly after the runoff election, he told me to my face that he expected me and this board to vote for his contract extension at our January 5th meeting, the day we were sworn in, and that he expected to be the highest paid superintendent in the state. And I told him it was very premature. We had not even been sworn in yet, and that was not appropriate. And we have been pushed and pushed to make this decision sooner, lest we lose Dr. Narcisse. And he tried to leave, and he did not succeed. But that's really the issue that we're facing with is it is not about the amount. It's an offensive amount, but it was not about the amount. It's about the future of this district and what type of leadership we need to bring about the educational reforms that we need for our children. There's been a lot of scare tactics about what may come. Some suggestions made about me and my motives. Nobody wants to make this district all charters. That's not going to happen. I'll never support that. And this issue is about whether the superintendent has displayed, certainly during the time I've been on the board, the type of leadership that we need to educate, most particularly the poorest of our children who are struggling a great deal about the treatment of our teachers and the leadership shown to our teachers who are struggling a great deal to educate our kids. And I don't believe that Dr. Narcisse is the person for that, and that's why I support the substitute motion, and I do not support any idea that we might put this off and delay this decision. We need to make the decision, and it's not about the amount of money. It's about whether this is the right path, whether we're on the right path or not. And while we've made some good strides, and I commend Dr. Narcisse for the positive vision that he showed early on, I do not believe he's the right person to lead us into the future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time now, I will enter the queue. And what I will tell you is this, and I'm going to look in the camera when I say this. If you're at home, turn your television up. If you're inside of this room, listen really closely. August 2023. There was a motion placed on the floor for a 4-member committee to go through the superintendent's contract. I specifically made that motion, and I said, this is to make sure, to ensure that transparency takes place throughout the entire process. That motion was bypassed with a substitute motion that gave board leadership and the attorney of the board the authority to negotiate the contract. Throughout this process, I personally met with several board members, including one that made a comment not too long ago, specifically talked about the short-term stuff, the dollar amount, how many years. We went back and forth about it. The only thing that was not talked about was the performance metrics, which is why you don't see it inside of the contract. Now, let's turn to politics tonight, because there's a whole lot of politics going on inside of this room, and it's thick, and you know what? I'm gonna give it a hand clap. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Dr. Narcisse, I'm gonna shake your hand. I wanna really shake your hand. The reason why I'm shaking his hand is because he did not have this job from the time that he took it. There was already a concerted effort to get rid of him. Let's be honest about it. The conversations happened. Several people came to me and talked about it. But now we're talking about a contract. But let's talk about contracts then, since we're gonna go into it, right? Superintendent Warren Drake started off at $235,000 with a 3% increase every single year. When he got to year 3, when he got to the extension of his contract, it went up to $285,000. That's a $50,000 increase. Follow me here. When Dr. Cito Narcisse came in, he came in at $255,000. Now, if you recall, Ms. Leslie Brown, when she first started the role, she started off at $255,000. She left after 2 months. Why? Because a whole lot of stuff was happening in the district, and when she found out what was going on, it was time to go. Okay, let's continue. He started off at $255,000. He got $0 increase the entire time he's been here. Zero. There was not a cost adjustment added to his contract. We took what we did for Superintendent Warren Drake, and by the way, when we gave that extension to Superintendent Warren Drake, we had 29 underperforming schools. And inside of the contract, it only stipulated that he had to turn around 3 to 5 schools. You don't have to take my word for it. Go look at the contract. Anybody that wants it, talk to me after the meeting. I'll make sure I get it to you. $50,000 is what we added to Dr. Cito Narcisse's contract. Remember, he started off at $255,000. When you add the $50,000 on, now you're starting to catch my drift. There's a lot of people talking about contracts tonight. EBR has historically always had the highest paid superintendent in the state because we are in the capital city. That has always been the truth. Don't believe me, please go look at the contracts. LSU, I think you spelled it out just fine, Board Member Gaudet. LSU's president, because we're talking about education. Let's keep it in the field of education. LSU president makes $700,000 a year, and they have 35,000 students. Southern University president and chancellor makes right at $500,000 a year, and they have 15,000 students in the entire system. Orleans Parish just renegotiated or just brought on a new superintendent, gave a 4-year contract, $306,000 base pay, not including anything else. Now, I say all that because this is how superintendent contracts are structured. No one did anything bad. No one did anything outside the scope of what he was supposed to receive. East Baton Rouge Parish Superintendent, base pay, $310,000 for 42,000 students and 6,000 employees. If you go look at every urban district, not just inside of the southern region of this country, because when we constructed this contract, that's specifically what we looked at. We looked at almost every urban district, from Ohio to Florida to New York to Virginia, California, from Oregon, Portland, Oregon. We looked at every single one and tried to construct something that made sense, that did not go above that threshold. And by the way, Dr. Cito Narcisse did not negotiate that. That was done by us because that's what we were allowed to do. I heard somebody talk about Glen Oaks High School and how it went down, and they blamed it on Dr. Cito Narcisse. This is the truth. We consolidated Glen Oaks High School with North Banks Middle School, which I adamantly said, don't do it because it is going to be a huge disruption to a school that is trying to turn around. As soon as we did it, when the performance scores came back 2 years later, after we conformed the school dropped from a D to an F. Now, this is what I can tell you. Over the last year alone, the school grew by 5 points. It's the most growth that we have ever seen at that school. Even though it is an F, it grew by 5 points. 2019 was the last year that we had a 69.1 C. Over the course of that time, in the last 4 to 5 years, we dropped. This year, we're back at a 69.1 on the dot. I don't give all at the Cedar North Seas. The first thing I said when we found this out, I said, thank you, teachers and students, for your hard work and commitment that you have given to this district. But the reality is this: if you change the superintendent, I want teachers to think about this. I really want you to think about it. Think about all the times you say all of the software changes that you got to go through. I want you to think about all of the district changes that are going to be made. I want you to think about all of the people who are going to be out of the district. I want you to think about the new strategic plan that we got to go through. I want you to think about the interim, because it's going to take us 6 months to get through an interim. I want you to think about getting a new permanent superintendent, which is going to take us about 12 months to do. That's a year and a half of no progress. So you talk about school consolidations, when you're going to start it. That's a year and a half that you have to wait in order to do it. And you know who's going to be waiting while this is happening? Students are losing. This conversation is so much hell-bent on Dr. Cedar North Seas, we ain't even talking about students. Let's talk about the students that make up the almost 80% that are under the poverty line. And we still haven't done a thing to help them. Nobody talked about bringing capital back. In fact, if you want to have a real conversation about it, a lot of people inside this room said, why are we bringing Capital High School back? They don't deserve to come back. A lot of people didn't want to take the RSD schools back. But I can tell you this: if the conversation is to get rid of him so we can bring in more charters, you can stop the buck right now. I'm not going for it. I don't care. You can pull all the support from me. It don't matter tonight. This is about kids in this community. I was born here, I was raised here, and I'm gonna live here. And I don't even want y'all to clap, please. This is a serious moment, and I want everybody to listen. This is not a game. And for a lot of people who have not gone through that process, I want you to see it. And because I definitely agree with Mr. Goday. Be careful what you wish for. Because when you get what it is you're asking for and it's not what you want, you're going to wish that you would have made the right choice. So again, Dr. Narcisse, I shake your hand. You know why? Because for the last 3 years, yeah, a lot of things did not go right. But you still took it on the chin. You still stood up with kids and you did what was right. Before you were here, there was no effort to go out and do early childhood. There was no partnership that was built with the mayor of Baton Rouge. The first thing he did when he came in was build a task force. Now we have 6,000 plus kids inside of our early childhood schools. We just found out last month that our early childhood micro centers are the highest in the state of Louisiana. That's attributed to strategy that was designed under his strategic plan. Let's be honest about it. Before he came here, there were 400 plus kids getting AP classes. A lot of black students could not afford that. But you know, out of that 400 plus kids, how many of them were actually African American? 25%. Today, we got 6,000 plus kids in dual enrollment courses on track to not only graduate from high school, but also get an associate's degree for the first time. So let's have an honest conversation tonight. If you don't want to vote for him, okay, let it be understood you're not going to vote for him. But leave the politics outside, because it's too thick inside of this room right now. Everybody pointing fingers, acting as though we haven't had these discussions for months to get rid of this man. Let's talk about it. We're going to talk about it tonight. Because it's wrong what's going on. They said they wanted a pay raise. He put up 8%. That was not him that said not to do it. He put up the 8%. And he said how he was going to do it. Take it out of what? The fund balance. Because it was his strategy that built up a historic high fund balance. Everybody talking about ESSA dollars. You show me one district inside of the state of Louisiana that's an urban district that has grown more than 5 points. And they all receive hundreds of millions of dollars from ESSA. All of that money did not go towards academics. A third of the money went towards employee salaries. Because for the last 3 years, you all have been receiving stipends. And it was under his leadership. A lot of people did not want that to happen. He prioritized teachers. There was not a board member that came up and said, let's give them 8%, or let's go ahead and move teacher salaries. Nobody did it. And then, oh yeah, let's go back to Superintendent Warren Drake. We froze teacher pay raises for 5 years, all while still giving him a $50,000 pay raise. Not a word. And we wonder why good talent leaves out of this city. Because when you got a place where you see a person that has hope, or you start instilling hope, and you start going in the right direction, it's time to stop it. You know why? Because if we don't win, guess what happens? The competition sets in. And I'm going to stop right there. Seeing no other names inside of the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote. Roll call vote, yes. District order, please. For the record, we're voting on the motion to not renew the superintendent's contract.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
No.
District 2, President Lannis.
No.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
No.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
An emphatic no.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Passes. Motion carries.
Thank you. At this time now, that's going to conclude our special meeting. We'll give 5-minute recess before we start back up. So we expect everybody to be back at 8:42.
we have to limit conversation, but unfortunately, I can't name all of you guys that are.
Because he was wrong for this shit.
And it's also.
The extent of that? Well, we're not going to extend anyway.
Starting officially in 2 minutes, we need all of our board colleagues to return to their seats, please.
Okay, Madam Vice President, go ahead and kick it off.
Okay, this meeting is now called to order. This is Thursday, December 7th, Committee of the Whole. Now called to order. Okay. And if we could have a roll call, please.
District 2, President Lannis.
Present.
District 1, Vice President Powell Lewis.
District 3?
I mean that.
Okay. Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Godey.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Here.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, And so I believe that for the sake of time, it is 8:52. We are going to consider a different type of motion tonight. President Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I move that the following items in Globo, I motion to move the following items in Globo to the regular meeting of the board on December 14th without any recommendations. One second, I'm sorry. B1, professional services contract. B2, cooperative endeavor agreement, YWCA. C1, professional services contract, Lexia Learning Systems, LLC. C2, professional service contracts, line for line. C3, contract renewal, City of Baton Rouge, adult education, EBR prison. C4, land sale. C5, memorandum of understanding. C6, stipend. C7, resolution. I so move. Seconded by Mr. Stewart.
Okay, it has been moved by President Lannis and seconded by Ms. Stewart that all of the items for the committee of the whole be included, make sure I say this correctly, in Globo.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for the full board meeting next Thursday. Comments from the board? Okay, seeing no comments from the board, we turn to comments from the public. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Finney.
I think starting fresh next week is a good plan, except I have one caution. With regard to item C7, the special counsel resolution, because you have not passed a resolution and because the Attorney General has not subsequently approved such a resolution, I'm disturbed by the fact that the outside counsel, DeQueer, Clark, and Adams, has apparently already started engaging in work on behalf of Dr. Narcisse. And so I hope they're not counting on you to pay them if the resolution does not get approved. That's my only caution in not discussing that for another week. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ray.
Yeah, I think you should go ahead and dispose of that same matter that Mr. Finney was talking about, Mary Patricia Ray of 2 children in a school district. And frankly, because I think that it would be more transparent to do so in light of your decision not to renew the contract. I'm very concerned about more expenditures for legal defense for decisions that were made on behalf by Superintendent Narcisse. I'm concerned about the idea that that litigation is going to become very expensive as it is, and that we need to quit spending money on it and settle it and move on, make the people that were harmed whole. I'm also under the impression that the Attorney General is very unlikely to approve that, and so it would be time for Dr. Narcisse to seek his own counsel and to pay for it himself.
Point of order.
Yes.
May I ask our General Counsel 2 quick questions? One is we still have a current contract with Dr. Narcisse, and there's a liability clause in that current contract. And so indemnity clause in that contract. So his contract is still ruling for any actions that occurred in the past and any actions that occur in the future, as long as he's still our employee.
That's
correct. Secondly, this is a committee of the whole. We can't take final action anyway at the committee of the whole. So moving this to the regular meeting is absolutely no difference in timetable of when we would make a final approval.
That's correct.
So it's irrelevant. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing no comments from the board, we will entertain a vote, and this is for all of the items on the committee of the whole agenda to be, voted
on in Global.
Thank you. Voted on in Global. That just sounds weird to me to say that. But so we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote.
Can none of y'all see it? Okay.
Y'all want me to do a roll call?
Yeah, you do the roll call.
Okay,
Well, I'm
so
sorry, show me.
that's okay. Oh, okay.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, item D1, announcements of meetings. Regular meeting to be held on December 14th, so that's Thursday of next week at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Committee of the Whole to be held on January 11th, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Regular meeting to be held on January 25th, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Mr. Gode.
I move we adjourn.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Have a great night.